a young man who reincarnates in the CW Flash universe with super speed powers. The main character, Myles Walley, initially escapes from a military facility after discovering his abilities, spending his time learning and exploring what he can do. Although he first considers becoming a hero, Myles ultimately chooses to embrace his villainous side and adopts the moniker Tachyon. The story follows Tachyon as he plans his heists, taunts the Flash, and navigates the complex world of being a supervillain in Central City. Hello everyone, Omni-sensei here with What If I Was Reborn as the Flash's Nemesis, Part 1. If you enjoy this content, please smash the like button. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. Don't forget to check out the original story linked in the description. I hope you enjoy listening to it.
A new supervillain was in Central City, and he was on the run. He had just pulled off a daring heist and was now being chased by the Flash, the protector of the city. Flash was fast, but he was faster. The chase was intense, with the villain and hero darting through the streets, dodging cars, and jumping over buildings. As the Flash closed in, the villain suddenly stopped, turning to face the hero with a smirk on his face. "You know, Flash, I've always wanted to meet a real-life superhero. And here you are, chasing me like a cat and mouse. It's like I'm Jerry and you're Tom. How exciting!" Tachyon chuckled, his eyes gleaming with mischief. His voice was like there were two people talking at the same time while vibrating. The Flash skidded to a stop, panting. "You're under arrest, Tachyon." Tachyon raised an eyebrow. "Tachyon? Is that what you're calling me now? How cute. I was thinking something more like the Roadrunner." He made a beep-beep sound and took off again, leaving the Flash in the dust. The Flash gritted his teeth and took off after Tachyon again. "Come on, Cisco, Caitlin. I need your help," he muttered, activating his communicator. A few moments later, Tachyon was cornered in an alleyway, with no way out. He stood there, chest heaving, a wry smile on his face. "Well, Flash, it looks like this is the end of the road for me. Or is it the beginning?" The Flash approached him, hand outstretched. "Just come quietly, Tachyon. We can help you." Tachyon's smile faded, replaced by a cold, hard look. "I don't need your help, Flash. I've got my own powers now, and I'm going to use them to get what I want." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a Tachyon figure, tossing it to the Flash. "Here, take this. It's my motif." The Flash caught the figure, his eyes widening in surprise. "Tachyon, you're serious about this?" Tachyon nodded. "Deadly serious, Flash. You and your friends are about to see what a real speedster can do." With that, he disappeared in a blur of speed, leaving the Flash standing there, stunned. "Cisco, Caitlin, did you get all that?" the Flash said into his communicator. "We got it, Barry," Cisco's voice crackled back. "We're tracking him now." "Good," the Flash said, rubbing his chin. "I'll meet you at Star Labs." As he made his way back to the lab, the Flash was deep in thought. Tachyon was a new kind of threat, one that he had never encountered before. He was fast, cunning, and unafraid. And he was going to be a challenge. When the Flash arrived at Star Labs, he found Harrison Wells, Caitlin, and Cisco waiting for him. "Barry, what happened?" Wells asked, a concerned look on his face. "Tachyon got away," the Flash said, scowling. "He's a speedster, like me. But he's using his powers for evil." Wells nodded, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Interesting. We've never seen a villain like this before. This could be a valuable opportunity for us to study and learn about the metahuman powers." The Flash shook his head. "Tachyon is dangerous, Professor Wells. We can't let him continue to wreak havoc on the city." We have to stop him. Wells nodded. I understand that, Barry. But in order to stop him, we need to understand him. We need to know what motivates him, what drives him to be a villain. Cisco nodded in agreement. Yeah, I've already started tracking him. I should be able to locate him soon. The Flash nodded, pacing back and forth. We need to act fast before he causes any more damage. We have to be ready for him when he strikes again. Caitlin nodded, her eyes serious. I'll start working on a way to neutralize his powers. Maybe a special inhibitor serum or something like that. Wells nodded, a thoughtful look on his face. Good. We'll need all the help we can get if we're going to stop Tachyon. The team sprang into action, working together to track Tachyon and find a way to stop him. They knew that this would not be an easy task, but they were determined to protect the city and bring Tachyon to justice. The Flash knew that Tachyon was going to be a formidable opponent, but he was ready for the challenge. He had the support of his friends and the power of speed behind him. And he was going to use every ounce of his strength and cunning to stop Tachyon and restore peace to the city. The first chapter of Tachyon's journey as a supervillain had only just begun, and the Flash was ready for the challenge. Tachyon stepped into his small apartment after switching back to his civilian clothes, closing the door behind him. He let out a deep sigh, his thoughts wandering back to his encounter with the Flash. He couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement and fear. Excitement because he had finally found someone who could challenge him, someone who could push him to his limits. And fear because he knew that the Flash would stop at nothing to bring him to justice. He sat down on his couch, letting his thoughts drift back in time. He remembered the day he died, a silly accident that took him too soon. He had always thought that death was the end, but he was wrong. He had been reincarnated in this new world, a world where metahumans existed and where he had been given a second chance at life. A smile formed on his lips as he remembered his time in the hospital. He had never expected to wake up in a hospital, surrounded by soldiers and with doctors talking about dissecting his body. In a panic, he had used his newfound power to escape the building, tearing it apart in the process. He had escaped as soon as he realized that something was off, that something was different about him. It had taken him a while to figure out what it was, but when he finally did, he couldn't believe his luck. He had been given the gift of super speed. He stood up, his thoughts turning to the 3 months he had spent learning about his powers. He had spent hours upon hours in the library, reading books about the Speed Force and about the Flash. He had learned about how the Flash was able to tap into the Speed Force, how he was able to harness its power and use it to save the city. But Tachyon was different. His connection to the Speed Force was different. He had noticed it the moment he had started training, the moment he had started using his powers. His lightning trail was black and white, a stark contrast to the bright red of the Flash's trail. He had no idea what it meant, but he was determined to find out. He remembered the day he had robbed his first bank. It had been easy, almost too easy. He had used his powers to phase through the walls, avoid the security guards, and grab the money. And then he was gone, back to his apartment, before anyone had even noticed. But even though it had been easy, it had also been boring. He had been looking for a challenge, something that would push him to his limits, and he had found nothing. He needed something more, something that would satisfy his hunger for excitement and danger. As he sat on his couch, staring out at the city, he couldn't help but think about the Flash. He remembered the way the Scarlet Speedster had chased him through the city, taunting him with jokes and cartoon references. It was clear that the Flash was determined to stop him, but Tachyon was just as determined to continue on his path of villainy. He had considered using his powers for good, but the thought of being dissected and studied by the military had left him feeling distrustful of the world. He's not even including the future of this city. Instead, He had decided to use his powers for his own selfish gain, only aiding the Flash if he was in trouble. Tachyon smiled to himself as he thought about the Reverse Flash, wondering what the villain was thinking about him being the latest addition to the Rogues Gallery. He knew that the Reverse Flash would see him as a threat, but he was confident in his powers and his ability to outsmart his fellow speedster. He stood up from the couch, stretching his muscles and feeling the rush of energy that came with his speed. He was ready to take on the city and show the world what he was capable of. As he stepped out onto the street, Tachyon felt a sense of excitement and anticipation. He was ready to prove himself as one of the greatest villains of all time, and he was going to start by taunting the Flash and leaving his mark on the city. He smiled as he took off into the night, leaving a trail of black and white lightning in his wake. The next chapter of his journey as a supervillain was about to begin, and Tachyon was ready for the challenge. Time skip. Myles continued to wander around Central City, lost in thought as he planned his next heist. He considered whether to warn the Flash about his intentions. On one hand, it would be the polite thing to do. But on the other hand, it would take away the challenge and excitement of the heist. As he was walking down an alleyway, he was suddenly held at gunpoint by a mugger. Myles smirked and made a joke reference to a cartoon, taunting the mugger before using his speed to disarm him and leave him hanging from a street post, tied up in his own clothes in an embarrassing position. Myles continued to walk around, still lost in thought as he planned his next move. He watched as the Flash and Clyde Mardon, aka the Weather Wizard, were engaged in a fierce battle. As Clyde managed to escape, Myles considered whether the plot for the Flash's official debut was finally starting. Myles, now in his Tachyon costume, saunters towards Flash with a smirk on his face. "Hey, Flash," Tachyon says with a playful tone, "you're looking rough today." Flash, taken aback by Tachyon's sudden appearance, furrows his brow. "What do you want, Tachyon?" he asks, his voice tense. Tachyon chuckles and puts his hands on his hips. "Just wanted to give you a heads up, Flash. I was planning to rob the bank next week, but I think I'll move my schedule a bit. You seem to have your hands full with Weather Wizard today." Flash narrows his eyes, suspicious of Tachyon's intentions. "Why would you do that?" Tachyon grins mischievously. "Well, I'm feeling generous today. Plus, I don't want to steal from a man who's clearly got his hands full." Flash still doesn't seem to trust Tachyon, but he nods nonetheless. "Thanks, I guess," he says warily. Tachyon tilts his head and adds, "But if you ever need any help, Flash, don't hesitate to give me a call. I'll be more than happy to lend a hand." Flash's eyes widen in disbelief. "You want to help me?" Tachyon nods, still grinning. "Sure thing. I mean, we're both speedsters after all. It's only right that we look out for each other. I'm a villain, but I'm not that evil." Flash looks at Tachyon skeptically, but nods nonetheless. He knows that Tachyon is a villain, but he can't help but wonder if the masked speedster is playing some kind of game. He decides to keep a close eye on Tachyon, just in case. Tachyon laughs and winks at Flash before disappearing in a blur. Flash watches as Tachyon disappears into the city, his mind racing with questions. He knows that Tachyon is up to something, but he can't quite figure out what it is. He decides to keep an eye on the masked speedster, ready to pounce if necessary. As Tachyon makes his way back to his apartment, he can't help but smile to himself. He knows that Flash is skeptical of his intentions, but he's enjoying playing this game nonetheless. He knows that he can't remain a villain forever, but for now, he's having too much fun to reconsider his path. Barry and the team were in the lab, analyzing the latest lead on the whereabouts of Clyde Mardon, when an alarm blared throughout the building. "What's that?" Barry asked, looking towards the computer screens. "It's the fire alarm. There's a fire in Central City," Caitlin answered, quickly checking the location on her computer. "I'm on it," Barry said, and with a whoosh, he was gone. He arrived at the scene of the fire and found a crowd of people standing outside, watching the flames lick at the sides of the building. Barry frowned, knowing that there were people still trapped inside. He zoomed inside and found Tachyon, already carrying 3 people out of the building. Barry's eyes widened in surprise as he watched Tachyon move quickly and efficiently, putting out the flames with his super speed. "Tachyon, what are you doing here?" Barry asked, catching up to him. "Saving people. What does it look like?" Tachyon replied, smirking. Barry was momentarily taken aback by the nonchalant tone in Tachyon's voice. He had expected the villain to be more evasive, but instead, he seemed almost eager to help. Together, they worked to rescue the remaining people from the building, putting out the flames and carrying them to safety. The crowd cheered and applauded as they emerged, and Barry felt a twinge of confusion as he looked at Tachyon. "Why did you help, Tachyon?" Barry asked as they stepped back from the burning building. "I don't know. I guess I just felt like it," Tachyon replied, shrugging. Barry was about to press further when he noticed that Tachyon's hand was in his pocket. He frowned and reached for his wallet, only to find it was gone. "Hey, where's my wallet?" Barry demanded, taking a step towards Tachyon. "Oops, I guess I took it," Tachyon said, smirking again. "What? You stole from me?" Barry exclaimed, disbelief written all over his face. "Well, technically, I stole from the firefighters and then you, but I figured you wouldn't mind," Tachyon replied, still smiling. "Numbers vimos Mars tard, velocista lento." Barry's eyes narrowed, and he took off after Tachyon, determined to get his wallet back. He chased the villain through the city, dodging cars and pedestrians until they reached a quiet alleyway. "All right, give it back," Barry demanded, stopping in front of Tachyon. "What's the matter, Flash? Can't keep up with me?" Tachyon taunted, a mischievous glint in his eye. "Just give me my wallet," Barry said, holding out his hand. Tachyon handed over the wallet with a smirk, and Barry took it, still eyeing the villain suspiciously. "Why did you steal it?" he asked. "I don't know. I just felt like it," Tachyon replied, shrugging. Barry was about to press further when he heard the sound of sirens in the distance. He turned, realizing that the police were closing in on their location. "I'll see you later, Flash," Tachyon said, and with a smile, he was gone. Barry sighed, feeling more confused than ever as he looked down in annoyance. Barry Allen then went back to Star Labs with a sigh. He reached into his pocket to grab his wallet, only to find it empty. He groaned and pulled out Tachyon's motif card. "What's the matter, Barry?" Cisco asked as he approached. "Tachyon stole my wallet," Barry said, handing the card over to Cisco. "I don't understand. Why would a villain like him steal my wallet?" "What? That guy stole your wallet?" Caitlin asked, shocked. "Apparently," Barry replied, still confused about Tachyon's motives. "But why would he save those people in the burning building if he's a bad guy?" "Maybe he's not that much of a villain," said Caitlin. Barry shook his head. "But he's clearly not a hero, either. I don't know what to make of him." Harrison Wells rolled over to the group in his wheelchair. "What's going on here?" "Barry just told us about Tachyon stealing his wallet and saving people from the fire," Caitlin explained. "Interesting," Wells said before wheeling away from the group without saying another word. Barry, Cisco, and Caitlin looked at each other, confused. Wells had always been a little mysterious, but this was starting to feel a little strange. Once Wells was gone, the team started to discuss Tachyon. "I'll see what I can find out about this Tachyon guy," Cisco said, heading to the computer. I'll start working on something that can help us catch him if he decides to steal again, Caitlin said, heading to her lab. Barry sat at the table, deep in thought. He was still trying to make sense of what had just happened. Meanwhile, Wells had retreated to a secret room in the lab. He quickly changed out of his disguise and stood tall. He was revealed to be Eobard Thawne, the Reverse Flash. He approached the AI system, Gideon, and asked, "Gideon, what do you know about Tachyon?" "Is he like me?" "Tachyon, the fastest thief alive," said Gideon. "He is not a time traveler, but a complicated ally to the Flash. I must warn you, Tachyon is not an ordinary speedster." Images of Tachyon appeared on the screen in front of Thawne. Tachyon was shown fighting against some villains and heroes, or both at the same time, with a big smile on his face. Thawne frowned at the screen. "What do you mean, he's not an ordinary speedster?" asked Thawne. "Tachyon's connection to the Speed Force differs from any other speedster we've seen. His lightning trail is black and white, chaotic, and unpredictable," explained Gideon. Thawne's frown deepened. "I see. Keep monitoring Tachyon. I need to know more about him." Reverse Flash scowled at the images of Tachyon displayed on the screen. "This guy could cause trouble for my plans," he muttered. Gideon warned, "You should be careful, Eobard. Tachyon is not to be underestimated." Reverse Flash nodded, deep in thought. He would have to be cautious around Tachyon and make sure he didn't interfere with his plans. Thawne turned to leave the room, his mind racing with thoughts about Tachyon and what his presence could mean for his plan. He couldn't afford to let anything stand in his way, not even the fastest thief alive. Myles, also known as Tachyon, was walking around Central City, munching on a donut and sipping his hot chocolate. He looked content and carefree, but deep down he was pondering on whether he should help the Flash catch Clyde Mardon. He was aware that the weather wizard was a dangerous man and that leaving him alone could bring harm to the citizens of Central City. Myles took a seat on a nearby bench and noticed that Barry Allen was sitting beside him. Barry looked tired and hungry, and Myles offered him some of his donuts. Barry accepted the offer, and they started to chat. "Hey, I'm Myles," Tachyon said, introducing himself. "Barry Allen," Flash replied. "So, what brings you here to this part of the city?" asked Myles. "I work at the Central City Police Department as a forensic scientist," replied Barry. "Oh, that's interesting," Myles said. "That's really cool. What's the most interesting case you've worked on?" Barry thought for a moment. "Well, I haven't had any interesting cases recently. It's been quiet lately." "And you, what do you do?" Barry asked. "Well, currently, I'm unemployed," Myles admitted. He then revealed his knowledge about forensics, impressing Barry. "Wow, you seem to know a lot about forensics," said Barry. "If you're looking for a job, I know some people who might hire you." "Thanks for the offer, but I'm not interested," Myles declined. "I prefer to work alone. I want to be in control of my own life." Barry understood where Myles was coming from, and the two continued to chat, discussing various topics and sharing their thoughts. They talked about their interests, life experiences, and current events. As they continued their conversation, they bonded over their love for the city and their shared passion for helping others. As the sun began to set, they realized it was almost night. The two said their goodbyes, but as Barry turned to leave, Myles shocked him by saying, "I'll see YA real soon, Flash." Barry realized that Myles was Tachyon, the fastest thief in Central City. He now knew that Tachyon was aware of his secret identity as the Flash. Barry had a feeling that this was only the beginning of a long and complicated relationship with Tachyon. Barry runs back to Star Labs, still feeling shaken from his encounter with Tachyon. As he burst into the lab, his team members, Cisco and Caitlin, looked up at him, eager to hear what he had to say. Guys, you won't believe what just happened to me," Flash exclaimed. "What happened?" asked Cisco, curious about what could have him so worked up. "I just ran into Tachyon. I actually talked to him," Flash said, still trying to catch his breath. Caitlin and Cisco looked at each other in shock. "What do you mean you talked to him? Did he find out about you?" Caitlin asked. Barry nodded and recounts his story to the rest of the team. "He knew my name. He knew I was the Flash. I don't know how," Flash says, struggling to understand how Tachyon figured out his secret identity. "He offered me a donut, and we talked for a while. It was weird, like he already knew who I was." Cisco and Caitlin are shocked by this revelation and ask Barry how Tachyon could have possibly found out. "I don't know," Barry replies, looking just as puzzled as the rest of the team. Just then, Harrison Wells approached them, his wheelchair rolling silently across the floor. "What's this about Tachyon knowing who you are, Barry?" he asked. Barry repeated the story of his encounter with Tachyon and how he seemed to know he was the Flash. Harrison Wells, or Eobard Thawne, who is secretly the Reverse Flash, interrupts the conversation. "What else did you find out about Tachyon, Mr. Allen?" he asks, his tone serious. Barry sighs in frustration. "Not much, just his name," he says. "Tachyon's real name is Myles Walley." Caitlin's eyes went wide with surprise. "Myles Walley? That name sounds familiar. Let me see if I can find anything on him," he said. Cisco quickly gets to work, trying to find any information he can on Myles Walley. After a few minutes of searching, he finds something and brings it up on the screen. "I found a Myles Walley, but he's an international thief who's been robbing museums and selling the items to the highest bidder," he said. Caitlin looked over his shoulder. "It says here that he went missing the same day Barry fell into a coma after being struck by lightning." Everyone in the room was confused. They all looked at a picture of Myles Walley on the computer screen, but it showed an old man in his 50s. The team fell into stunned silence, looking at the picture of Myles Walley on the screen. It was difficult to reconcile the smiling young man in the picture Barry described with the ruthless criminal known as Tachyon. How could this be the same guy that Barry talked to? Cisco asked. Maybe his metahuman powers de-aged him, and he lost some of his memories in the process, Caitlin suggested. Harrison stared at the picture for a long time, deep in thought. "There's more to this than meets the eye," he said finally. Cisco couldn't resist making a reference. "It's like something out of a time travel movie," he said. Caitlin was the first to break the silence. "What are we going to do?" "We'll have to track him down and stop him," said Barry, determination in his voice. "But first, we need to figure out how he knows who I am and how he got his powers." The chapter ends with Team Flash and Harrison Wells, still confused by the reveal, staring at the picture of Myles Walley on the screen. The mystery of Tachyon was far from being solved, and they knew that they had a long road ahead of them. But with the Flash on their side, they were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Meanwhile, Myles Walley is still sitting on the edge of a building, eating his donut and enjoying the view of Central City lit up at night. "This is a good donut," he says to himself with a smile. "I should buy some for Barry when he chases after me again." Barry runs to Star City, determined to come up with a plan to take down Clyde. He was filled with frustration and anger towards himself for letting Clyde escape, but he wasn't going to let it get the best of him. He had to be better, to help people. "I can't believe I let him get away. I had the chance to make a difference, and I blew it," Barry muttered to himself as he arrived in Star City. Barry stood on the roof, looking out over the city, feeling dejected and frustrated. He had come to Star City hoping to find inspiration to come up with a plan to take down Clyde. He thought back to his conversation with Joe earlier when he had offered to help but was turned down. It still stung, even though he knew Joe was trying to protect him. He was gifted with the power of speed. He was supposed to be the one who saved the day, not the one who sat on the sidelines. Maybe Professor Wells was right about him. Barry was pacing back and forth on the roof, thinking about his failed mission. He was determined to do better, to be better. He wanted to be the hero that people needed, but every time he tried, he seemed to fall short. I wanted to be more, to help people. But every time I get the chance, I screw it up. How can I expect to be a hero when I can't even catch a criminal? Barry said, talking to himself. Barry, what are you doing all the way out here in Star City? A voice said from behind him. Barry turned to see Oliver Queen, the Green Arrow, standing there with a smirk on his face. I just needed to get away for a minute. I messed up, Oliver. Clyde escaped, and it's all my fault, Barry replied in a defeated tone. I just feel like I'm not fast enough, that I'm always one step behind. What do you mean? I wanted to be more, he says, his voice tinged with frustration. I wanted to help people, to make a difference. And the moment I finally get my chance, I screw up and let Clyde escape. Oliver placed a hand on Barry's shoulder. Listen, we all make mistakes. What makes us heroes is how we bounce back from those mistakes. You're too hard on yourself. You can't beat yourself up over this. Every hero makes mistakes. It's how you handle them that defines you. Thanks, Oliver, Barry said with a small smile. I needed that. Anytime, Oliver said, before turning to leave. He stopped just before he reached the edge of the roof and looked back at Barry. Oh, and one more thing, he said with a grin. Wear a mask. With that, Oliver disappeared, leaving Barry standing there in awe. Wow, he muttered to himself. That was cool. He looked down at the city below, feeling inspired and determined. Myles Walley, also known as Tachyon, walks out of the waffle shop and starts writing in his journal about his plans. He felt a pang of guilt, knowing that he was not living up to his promise to Flash about not causing trouble. But he couldn't help himself. I need to focus, I can't let my urges get the better of me. I need to stay low, for now, Myles mutters to himself as he writes. Myles resumes his stroll, resisting his urge to steal. He wants to keep his promise to Flash and not start trouble until Clyde is captured. As he walked, he passed by a TV shop but stopped in his tracks when he heard a news report about a woman who was about to jump off a building. No, I need to stay low, I shouldn't get involved, Myles thought to himself, trying to ignore the urge to help. But, with a heavy sigh, he quickly backtracked and headed towards the scene, leaving a trail of black and white lightning in his wake. Arriving just in time as the woman was about to jump off, time slowed to a crawl as he ran up to her and placed her back on the roof. The woman was confused and scared when she saw Tachyon. She warned him not to get any closer, or she would jump. Calm down, why are you doing this? Tachyon asked, trying to sound comforting. The woman told him that her life had been nothing but tragedy and the last straw was losing her job. Tachyon sighed in disappointment and scolded her before giving her an uplifting speech. Life isn't just a straight path, it's full of twists and turns. You have to find your own way, and suicide isn't the solution. You need to live your life first, Tachyon said, placing a hand on her shoulder. The woman asked how he knew so much and Tachyon explained his past, how he became a villain of his own choice. She asked if she should follow in his footsteps and Tachyon berated her, telling her to make her path. No, you shouldn't follow my path. I made my choices and I have to live with them. But you can make a difference. You can make your own path, Tachyon said, handing her a large sum of money. The woman cried while muttering her thanks to the thief, who simply nodded and disappeared in a blur of speed. I might be a thief, but I'm also a hero in my own way, Tachyon thought to himself as he wrote in his journal. I might not have the Flash's heart of gold, but I have the power to make a difference. Joe and Eddie cautiously approached the barn, guns at the ready. They had finally found Clyde's hideout, and they were determined to take him down. As they entered the barn, they found the villain standing in front of a large board covered in newspaper clippings about the particle accelerator accident. Well, look who finally found me, Clyde said, with a hint of amusement in his voice. You two must have been searching for a long time. Joe stepped forward, his gun still trained on Clyde. Shut up and turn around, he ordered. You're under arrest. Clyde chuckled. I don't think so, he said before he started monologuing about his past. You see, my brother and I were leaving the city in a plane before the accident happened. I don't know how I survived the crash, but I did. That's when I found out about my powers. Joe was about to cuff Clyde, but the villain was faster. With a gust of wind, he threw Joe against the wall and then did the same to Eddie. Joe recovered, but before he could do anything, Clyde sent another gust of wind, knocking both men out of the barn. Joe dragged Eddie to their car for cover, watching in shock and fear as Clyde walked out of the barn, resuming his monologue. I've become a god, he proclaimed. A being of immense power, beyond anything you could ever imagine. A god? Joe scoffed. Why would a god rob a bank? Clyde glanced back at Joe as if he had just said something that made sense. You're right, he said, with a nod. Why would a god do something so petty? It's time to think big. With those words, Clyde created a tornado that was growing larger by the second. Joe watched in horror as the tornado headed toward the city, knowing that there was nothing he could do to stop it. As Joe watched Clyde make his way to the city, he heard something above and looked up. It was a piece of the roof that Clyde had destroyed, and it was falling toward him. Joe covered himself and Eddie and braced for the pain. Look out, someone shouted. Suddenly, a red blur caught the roof and altered its course in time. Confused, Joe looked back and found someone in a red suit pushing the roof off himself. It was Barry, and he was out of breath but still determined to fight. Barry, are you okay? Cisco's voice echoed through the earpiece. Yeah, I'm good. I've got this. Barry answered as he caught his breath. Cisco, what's the current clock speed on that tornado? Barry asked as he watched Clyde's tornado from the distance. It's still building, Flash. If it continues, it'll level the city. Cisco replied. How do I stop it? Barry asked, looking to his friends for a solution. Caitlin and Cisco stared at each other, both unable to come up with a plan. Caitlin, I've got an idea. Can I unravel it? Barry asked. How are you going to do that, Barry? Caitlin asked, her voice filled with worry. I'm going to run around it in the opposite direction. How much speed do I need? Barry replied, determined to save the city. It's going to be tough, Flash. Your body might not handle it. Cisco warned. Barry took a glance at Joe, who was still hiding behind a car. I have to try. Barry said, his voice filled with determination. Just as he was about to take off, a familiar black and white lightning bolt stopped beside him. Tachyon has arrived with an improved costume. Hey, Flash. Nice Bandux, Tachyon teased with a grin. You're looking good in that red suit. Tachyon, why are you here? Barry asked, wasting no time. As a thief, it's bad for business if the city gets destroyed, Tachyon replied, his eyes fixed on Clyde's tornado. I've got a plan to stop it, Barry said, quickly explaining his idea. That was my plan, too, Tachyon said with a smirk. The two speedsters raced toward the tornado, determined to unravel it. Clyde noticed the two speedsters and shot out lightning. Tachyon avoided it with ease, but Barry didn't have enough time and was blown away. Flash! Tachyon called out as he caught Barry before he could get impaled by a sharp piece of wood. You okay, Flash? I've got you. Thanks, I owe you one. Barry said, still dazed from the shock. Tachyon quickly put Flash down and rushed back to stop the tornado. This thing is too strong, Barry yelled as he was struggling against the wind. Barry, you were right about me. I'm responsible for all of this. My hubris created this madness. Every time I see you, all I see is a victim, Harrison Liebard admitted. But now, only you can stop this. Now run, Barry, run! With renewed determination, the Flash headed back toward the tornado. Tachyon looked at Flash and playfully complained about him taking his damn time. Finally, took you long enough, Flash. Let's get this over with. The last one to unravel this tornado is a rotten egg, Tachyon said with a smirk. You won't stop me. Clyde yelled as he shot out lightning bolts once more. Clyde, Barry, and Tachyon let out their battle cries with a final burst of speed. The tornado exploded, leaving Clyde standing in its place, dazed and defeated. Barry fell on his knees, exhausted, only to hear Clyde call out to him with a gun pointed at his head. I didn't know there were others like me, Clyde said, still dazed from the explosion. Barry gives a defiant glare and said, we're nothing alike, Clyde. You've killed people, innocent lives. You're a murderer. Clyde smirks, but before Clyde could pull the trigger, Tachyon appeared, knocking him out cold with a frying pan. Now I know why Rapunzel uses this, Tachyon said, looking at Clyde before looking at Barry. Told why, Flash. I'm always one step ahead. Thanks, you saved my life. Anytime, Flash. Anytime, Tachyon said with a smirk. The two speedsters looked at each other, both exhausted but victorious. The city was saved and justice had been served. The chapter ends with Tachyon and Barry, two unlikely allies, standing side by side as the dawn appears. Our starts with a high-speed chase between two speedsters. The first to appear is Flash, also known as Barry Allen, and the second is Tachyon. It's been a week after their encounter with Clyde Mardon and the putting him behind bars that Star Labs built. Barry Allen's voice echoed as he narrated, for something impossible to happen, you must believe in the impossible. My name is Barry Allen, and I am a forensic scientist for the Central City Police Department. My life changed forever when my mother was tragically killed and my father was wrongly accused of her murder. But it was this tragedy that set me on a path that would lead me to my destiny. An accident involving chemicals and lightning imbued me with the power of superhuman speed. Working at Star Labs, I am surrounded by some of the brightest minds in the country. Together, we work to not only protect Central City from the dangerous meta-humans that threaten it, but also to bring the real murderer of my mother to justice. And that is why I am the Flash, the defender of the innocent, the protector of the weak, the fastest man alive. However, a fresh voice interjects, and it was Myles. Oh, come on. Can't you just stop narrating your backstory every time? Everyone already knows who you are. I mean, seriously, don't you have anything better to say than this? I mean, sheesh, I had to watch and listen to the same thing for 9 seasons, people. He then clears his throat and introduces himself. Ah, where are my manners? Hello, hello, hello. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Myles Walley, but you can call me Tachyon, the cosmic-powered criminal mastermind of Central City. Now, I know what you're thinking. Oh, here we go, another speedster. Boring, but let me tell you, I'm not just any ordinary speedster. I'm not your average, run-of-the-mill speedster. No, I've been reincarnated with the power of the Speed Force after a funny accident that involved a hard ground and my noggin. And let me tell you, it's been one wild ride ever since. Being the fastest man alive is no joke. I mean, sure, I use my powers for some light-hearted bank heists and pranks now and then, but I also have to deal with Flash and his entire crew constantly trying to stop me. But that's okay, it just makes my life more interesting. Who doesn't enjoy a good laugh? And let's not forget, I use my speed for good, too. I help people in need, I save cats from trees, and most importantly, I push Flash to become faster. Because if there's one thing I know, it's that the Flash can always be faster. I mean, he's got the name, but I have the moves, and let's not forget, I've got the gift of gab, too. I can talk circles around you and still leave you dizzy. So, I like to push his buttons a little, you know, keep him on his toes. I mean, if he's not careful, I might just steal the show. So, Barry, watch your back, because Tachyon is coming for the crown. The city of Central City was buzzing with excitement as the Scarlet Speedster, the Flash, was hot on the heels of the infamous Tachyon. Myles Walley, aka Tachyon, was on another one of his infamous heists, leaving a trail of laughter and bewildered onlookers in his wake. Come on, Flash. Is that the best you've got? He taunts over his shoulder, a smug grin on his face. I'm just getting started, Tachyon. Flash retorts, pushing himself to go faster. He can feel the heat of Tachyon's lightning as it brushes against his cheek, spurring him on. The two speedsters dart through the city, dodging cars and buildings, their footsteps pounding against the pavement like thunder. What's the matter, Flash? Can't keep up. Barry grunts, pushing himself to go faster. He replies, I'm just pacing myself, Tachyon. I wouldn't want you to get too far ahead, it might hurt your ego. Tachyon's eyes widen with mock surprise. Oh, a zinger from the man in red. I'm impressed. He chuckles, speeding up a notch. The two speedsters dart in and out of buildings, down alleyways, and across busy streets, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. The citizens of Central City look on in awe as the two fastest men alive engage in a high-speed chase. As Flash closed in, Tachyon turned to face him, a smirk playing on his lips. Hey Flash! Don't you have any other criminals to catch? Tachyon taunted. Flash didn't miss a beat, retorting, I thought I was looking at one right now, Tachyon. Nice mask, by the way. Did you steal it from a Halloween store? Myles doubles over in laughter, nearly tripping over his own feet at the joke. He quickly regains his footing, still chuckling to himself as he races away at lightning speed. Tachyon lets out a belly laugh, ooh, the Flash has jokes. I'll have to remember that one. Tachyon and Flash zoom through the streets, dodging cars, buildings, and anything else in their path. Tachyon was having the time of his life, twirling and flipping in the air, while Flash was struggling to keep up. Flash strains to catch up, his muscles burning from the effort. He can't believe that Tachyon is faster than him, but he refuses to give up. The chase continues, with Tachyon leading the way and the Flash determined to catch him. They twist and turn through the city, jumping over buildings and dodging cars. Just when Flash thought he had Tachyon cornered, the notorious thief pulled a wild stunt and started running backward, winking at Flash as he left the hero in the dust. See you later, Flash. Don't forget to catch your breath," Tachyon quipped, before disappearing from sight. Barry tries to keep up, but Tachyon's speed is too much for him. He slows down, panting and holding his side. "How does he do it?" he mutters to himself. "How is he faster than me?" he thought. The Flash shakes his head, knowing that one day he'll catch Tachyon. But for now, he'll just have to content himself with the knowledge that he gave the speedster a run for his money. Barry is in Star Labs, pacing back and forth, deep in thought. He has been trying to catch Tachyon for weeks now, but he just can't seem to get close. Just as he's about to pull his hair out in frustration, Caitlin walks in. "Barry, I've got some news for you," Caitlin says, a sly grin on her face. "What is it?" Barry asks, eager for any sort of breakthrough. "I've been running some tests, and I've discovered something interesting," Caitlin continues. "I compared your speed to Tachyon's, and guess what? You were moving at the same speed." Cisco's eyes widen. "What? That doesn't make any sense. Why is Tachyon much faster then?" "It's all in the feet," Caitlin explains, getting excited. Tachyon's feet are spending less time on the ground and, theoretically, propelling himself much faster. His speed is currently 10 times faster than yours. Harrison nods in agreement. "That's correct. Tachyon is finding ways to harness his superhuman speed in a way that we never thought possible. We're going to have to come up with a new plan to catch him." Barry sinks into a nearby chair, defeated. He knows that catching Tachyon is going to be a tough job, but he's not ready to give up just yet. As he contemplates his next move, the sound of Tachyon's laughter echoes in his head. "Looks like I've got my work cut out for me," Barry says, determined to catch Tachyon once and for all. Cisco grins. "Don't worry, Barry. We'll find a way to catch him. And when we do, he's going to regret ever crossing paths with the Flash." Tachyon leaned against the wall inside the Star Labs office, watching the scene unfold before him. He was invisible to everyone except for Harrison Wells or the Reverse Flash, who was glaring at him intently. Myles, or Tachyon, had followed the Flash here and had been silently observing for a while. He was vibrating so fast that light was passing through him, making him invisible to the rest of the team. Tachyon couldn't help but wave at Ebard in a taunting manner, enjoying the way the Reverse Flash's eyes narrowed in anger. Myles was there for a reason, and he wasn't going to leave until he got what he came for. He recalls his memories from his previous reality. "In my previous life, I used to be a huge fan of the Flash. I was there from day one, cheering for Barry, and every time he got faster, I got excited. But then the show started to get stale. The same formulaic story arcs, the same characters, it was just too much. I had to do something about it. Why do I keep clinging on to the Flash?" "It's simple," Tachyon thinks to himself, addressing the readers. "I don't want to waste this reality following the show. I mean, I can accept Season 3, but the rest of them? Horrible plot and side characters, I tell you." As he reflects on his reason for being so clingy to the Flash, Tachyon begins to narrate to the readers. He explains that he doesn't want to spend this reality following just Season 3 of the show. "I can accept Season 3, he thinks to himself, but the rest of the seasons? No way. I mean, have you seen Season 4, he says, rolling his eyes. It was just a mess, with all these time-traveling shenanigans and alternate realities. It was like they just ran out of ideas and had to resort to that kind of stuff." Tachyon then moves on to Season 5, shaking his head in disappointment. "And don't even get me started on Season 5. The Cicada storyline? Snooze fest. I was hoping for a more exciting villain, not some guy with a dull sense of humor and a boomerang. And then we have seasons 6 and 7. Don't even get me started on that mess. Side characters being forced down our throats, terrible villain arcs. What was the point of that, exactly? The writers seem to have run out of ideas and just relied on recycled plot devices. And the introduction of yet another side character? Please. Each one has some of the horrible B-plot material and rare awesome plot twist. How did a show about running fast turn into a cringe rip-off Star Wars parody? Tachyon shakes his head in disbelief. Finally, Tachyon saves his harshest criticism for Season 9, where the main villain was a speedster from the future who had been manipulating events all along. I mean, really? A speedster from the future? Haven't we seen that before? He mutters with a sarcastic laugh. The less said about them, the better. It's a good thing I have a sense of humor about these things, or I'd probably go insane. And don't even get me started on the side characters, he adds with a shake of his head. They were just cardboard cutouts, lacking any real depth or development. How can they end the franchise that's exactly the opposite of The Flash? You're supposed to run, Barry, run. Not to sit on your butt to beat your nemesis. Tachyon pushes himself off the wall, his mind made up. No, I can't let this reality go to waste following that show. I can't let this reality be marred by those lackluster seasons. I'll make it interesting, I'll make it entertaining, and I'll show everyone why Tachyon is the one to watch. I'm here to steal the show and make sure this Flash reality is one worth watching. I'll just stick to this season 3, thank you very much. With that, he disappears from the lab, his thoughts lingering on what the future might hold for him. Outside in front of another central city bank, someone was sitting on a bench as he eyes the people go about their day. Not knowing the danger they're in, specifically their wallets. Myles took a sip of his hot cocoa, savoring the warmth as it spread through his body. He was waiting for Multiplex, a metahuman known for his ability to create multiple versions of himself, to arrive at the central city bank. Myles had a plan and he was ready for it to unfold. He thought about this reality of the Flash and how the events of the episode are completely stretched out. There should have been hints of some metahumans, but no, they're spawning one by one. He had been waiting for Multiplex for 3 days now, going as far as to not even rob a bank or museum. Just as he was about to take another sip of his drink, he saw a group of heavily armed men entering the bank. Myles quickly put down his cup and picked up his phone. He put it on his ear and whispered, "Gideon." "Yes, Myles, how may I assist you?" Gideon responded. "How long until Flash arrives?" Myles asked, his heart racing with excitement. "Approximately 90 seconds, Gideon replied. Myles thanked the AI and started counting down the seconds. As he waited, his mind drifted back to how he had stolen Gideon. A journey that started with a simple inspiration from an episode of Rick and Morty. He remembers the steps he had to take, how he had to commit himself and his future self to pestering Barry until the day Gideon was invented. He remembers how he had to make sure that Barry recorded all the information about the Speed Force, making sure that even Eobard Thawne, the Reverse Flash, wouldn't know about it. The only way to access the file was to utter an embarrassing phrase, a phrase that only he knows. Eobard had successfully stolen Gideon, bringing it back to the past with him. Myles remembers the anxiety he felt as he snuck into Star Labs, hiding from the Reverse Flash. He knows the danger his plan involves, the risk that any speedster from the future could have used it. But his plan went off without a hitch, and now he has the AI of the future, forever ahead of the rest. When you look into the future, it changes, he quotes Nicolas Cage, a smirk playing on his lips as he counts down. 3, 2, 1, action. In a blur of yellow lightning, the Flash arrives on the scene, ready to stop the robbery. Myles watches from the sidelines, chuckling to himself as he thinks about the partnership he has with the Flash, even if the man doesn't know it. And he can't help but thank Ebard for bringing Gideon to him, right on schedule. Central City Bank was in chaos. Myles, the thief, watched from the sidelines, sipping his hot cocoa and cheering for the Flash. "Come on, Barry, show them what you got," he shouted, as he asked Gideon to play some epic music to accompany the fight. "Come on, Gideon, give me something good to go with this," Myles muttered to himself as he sipped on his hot cocoa. Gideon, the advanced artificial intelligence, responded promptly. "What genre would you like to hear?" Myles chuckled. "Just pick something epic." The sound of a classic rock anthem filled the air as Barry raced towards the robbers. Myles watched in awe as the hero effortlessly took down each of the robbers, one by one. Barry was a blur of red and yellow, taking down the robbers one by one. But as the fight went on, the hero seemed to be slowing down. Suddenly, another group of robbers appeared, each one a clone of the first. Barry was in for the fight of his life. But things took a turn for the worse when Barry uncovered the leader of the group. "What the hell?" Barry muttered. "Barry, what's wrong?" Caitlin Snow asked as she joined the rest of the team. "There," Barry replied. "They're all the same person." Just then, another group of clones rushed toward the hero, and an epic battle began. Barry was having an easy time taking down the goons, but Multiplex kept creating more clones. Every time he defeated one, another would appear in its place. It was a battle of attrition, but Barry finally got the upper hand and knocked out the original. As the Flash stumbled, looking more exhausted than usual, Myles realized was the source of the problem he was seeing. "What an idiot," Myles mutters to himself. "He's not eating enough to replenish himself. He's pushing himself too hard." Just as Barry was about to take Multiplex back to Star Labs, he screamed in pain as he reflexively caught a bullet that was about to go through his head. The hero pushed himself to the limit as he kept the bullet from moving for each passing second. Finally, he succeeded, but he fainted from exhaustion. Just as Myles prepared himself to act, Multiplex changed his mind and left with his clones, much to the surprise of the two speedsters. Myles walked over to Barry, grumbling about the hero's idiocy and how he needed to eat more to replenish himself. "You need to eat more, man," Myles grumbled, as he checked Barry's pulse. "You can't keep pushing yourself like this." The thief didn't realize that the rest of the Flash's team was listening, and they exchanged worried glances. Barry was alive, but he was in a bad way. Myles knew he needed to get the hero back to Star Labs as soon as possible, and he quickly gathered him up and carried him away. But even as he dragged Barry away, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. The Scarlet Speedster may have been foolish, but he was still the greatest hero Central City had ever seen. And Myles was proud to have been a part of his journey, even if it was just as the biggest thief. Myles brought Barry to Star Labs, waiting for the team to pick him up. As Cisco and Caitlin walked out of the laboratory, they saw the thief holding their unconscious hero. Myles offered to carry Barry inside the medical ward, but the two scientists looked at him with suspicion. "Hold up, man," Cisco said, raising his hand. "What are you doing here?" "I just want to help," Myles replied, holding up two fingers like a Boy Scout. "Scout's honor, I won't do anything bad." "What happened?" Caitlin demanded, worry etched on her face. Myles tried to keep his voice nonchalant, "Just a little tiff with some bank robbers. Nothing for you guys to worry about." Cisco raised an eyebrow. "And you just happened to be there?" Myles shrugged, "I was in the neighborhood." Caitlin rolled her eyes but knew she had no choice in this matter. "Right, come on, let's get him back to Star Labs." The trio made their way to Star Labs, Myles carrying Barry as if he weighed nothing. As they entered the building, Myles set Barry down on a gurney, watching as the team quickly got to work checking his vitals. "I'll go put on some coffee," Myles offered, heading toward the kitchen. As he brewed a pot of coffee, he could hear the team talking in hushed tones, discussing the events of the day. He knew they were suspicious of him, but he couldn't help feeling a twinge of guilt. He had gotten too caught up in the thrill of the chase, and now he was worried he had pushed the hero too far. As he walked back into the main room, the team walked in and started asking Myles questions about what had happened. "Whoa, slow down," Myles said, caught off guard. "I was just passing by and saw the commotion." Caitlin stepped forward. "Okay, Myles, if that is your real name, what's really going on?" Myles sighed. "I'm not here to talk about myself. I'm here to make sure Barry is okay." "Bull," Caitlin retorted, pressing him for answers. Her eyes narrowed. "You expect us to believe that? You were there for a reason. What is it?" Myles took a deep breath. "Okay, fine. I wanted to see Barry get faster. Our game has gotten a little too predictable, and I wanted to spice things up." The team looked shocked. "You're using Barry as a pawn in your little game?" Cisco asked incredulously. Myles shrugged. "He's a big boy. He can handle it." Just then, Harrison Wells walked in and greeted Myles. "Hello, young man. What happened to Barry?" "Hello, Professor Wells. Barry fought multiplex and pushed himself too hard," Myles explained, earning their attention. Cisco, on the other hand, mutters, "That's a good supervillain name." Myles ignores it and continues. "You guys have been with him longer. Didn't any of you notice anything? Like, I don't know, exhaustion?" Caitlin looked thoughtful. "He does seem more exhausted lately." Myles nodded. "Exactly. As a fellow speedster, I know how important it is to refuel. Barry here has been eating the same amount as a normal human, which he is not." Cisco noticed something about the mug that Myles used looked familiar. Realization dawns on him as he yells, "Hey, that's my favorite mug. Where did you get it?" Caitlin and Harrison exchange a look, knowing that this was about to get interesting. Myles, who was in the middle of taking a sip, pauses and looks at Cisco. "What do you mean your favorite mug?" "I found it in the kitchen." Cisco scoffs. "Found it? That's my favorite mug, man. I have it marked and everything." Myles raises an eyebrow. "Really? I must have missed the marker. My bad." He takes another sip of his coffee, completely unfazed by Cisco's outburst. Cisco, however, was far from done. He approaches Myles, getting right in his face. "Okay, look. I'm serious. That's my mug. Give it back." Myles takes another sip. "Sorry, buddy. I kind of like it. Plus, it makes a great coffee cup. You got any other mugs?" Cisco throws his hands up in frustration. "Yeah, I've got other mugs. But that's my favorite one. I want it back." Myles, with lightning-quick reflexes, ducks and sidesteps, avoiding Cisco's grasp. "Whoa, whoa, whoa. Calm down there, vibe. I'll give it back. I just really needed a coffee." Caitlin and Harrison watch in amusement as the two bicker back and forth, each trying to grab the mug. Myles' quick wit and humor only fuel the fire as he makes sarcastic comments and jabs at Cisco's expense. Caitlin shakes her head and says, "You two are like kids fighting over a toy." Harrison mutters to himself, "I think I'm enjoying this more than I should be." Myles finished his coffee and reluctantly gives it back to Cisco, who is elated to have his favorite mug back in his possession. "I should get going." "Thanks for the coffee." As he made his way to the door, Barry stirred on the bed, groggy and confused. The team rushed to his side, asking him what happened. Barry rubbed his head. Myles, he was there. The team turned to look at Myles, who was already slipping out the door, a small smile playing on his lips. He couldn't help feeling a little pride in the knowledge that the hero remembered him, even in his weakened state. The thief leaves, but not before giving Harrison a playful wink. The time traveler remained quiet but felt a bit of his pride had been bruised by his fellow speedster. Harrison chuckles to himself and says, "Well, that was quite entertaining. I think I need to get myself a coffee." In the end, Central City Bank had 3 days where Myles didn't rob them blind. He was busy watching Flash fight Multiplex, like what happened in the episode with Multiplex committing suicide. Myles was enjoying a peaceful Saturday morning, eating his cereal and watching old cartoons on TV. He couldn't help but laugh at the silly antics of the characters on the screen, and he was completely unaware of the danger that was lurking outside. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. He had a feeling that he was being watched. He got up and walked out onto his balcony, where he saw a figure standing on a nearby rooftop. The figure was dressed in a yellow and black suit, and his eyes glowed red. Myles recognized him immediately. It was the Reverse Flash, also known as Eobard Thawne. He had encountered the villain before, and knew he was in for a fight. Without a word, the Reverse Flash leaped across the rooftops and charged at Myles, who was ready for him. The two speedsters clashed in a burst of lightning, exchanging punches and taunts as they sped through the city. "Myles Walley, I've been waiting for this moment," Eobard taunted with a smirk. Myles smiled back and waved. "Well, it's about time, Thawne. I was getting bored waiting for you." Without warning, Eobard launched himself toward Myles with incredible speed. Myles quickly got up and ran to a balcony, barely dodging Eobard's lightning-fast punches. "Myles, you can't outrun me," Eobard said with a chuckle. "I am the fastest man alive." Myles smirked back. "You're not the only one. You're a thief, Myles. You don't belong here." Eobard sneered. "You're not one to talk about belonging. You're from the future, Eobard." Myles shot back. The two speedsters then entered a high-speed chase throughout Central City, running up walls, jumping over cars, weaving in and out of traffic, and dodging pedestrians. They knocked over mailboxes, destroyed street signs, and left a trail of destruction in their wake. They exchanged blows, insults, and taunts, each trying to gain the upper hand. Eobard's experience as a speedster was slowly giving him the edge over Myles, but the unpredictable thief held his own. As the fight progressed, Eobard gained the upper hand. He was more experienced in using his powers, but Myles was unpredictable, and he used that to his advantage. "You're a fool, Myles," Eobard taunted as they fought. "You can't beat me." Myles countered with a grin. "I don't need to beat you. I just need to outsmart you." Suddenly, Myles pulled out a small device and aimed it at Eobard, who was taken aback by the sudden move. The device emitted a flash of light that disoriented Eobard. Myles feigned a punch and then disappeared in a blur of motion, reappearing behind Eobard and delivering a devastating punch to his back. Eobard cried out in pain as he flew and crashed into a shipping container at the port. Myles walked over to Eobard, who was now lying on the ground, his suit singed and his face bruised. He took Eobard's ring off his finger and put it on his own. "Looks like I win this time, Eobard," Myles said with a grin. "Thanks for the ring. You won't get away with this." Eobard growled as he picked himself up from the ground. Myles smiled smugly. "I already have." Eobard groaned and tried to get up, but Myles kicked him back down. "Don't get up just yet. We're not finished." "How do you know about the infinite mass punch?" Eobard demanded, clutching his injured side. Myles shrugged. A thief never reveals his secrets, Ebard. But let's just say that I know a thing or two about using my powers creatively. Ebard scowled. You won't get away with this, Myles. I'll be back, and next time I won't hold back. Myles just laughed. I'm looking forward to it, Ebard. Until next time. And with that, he disappeared in a burst of lightning, leaving Ebard alone in the shipping yard. As Myles made his way back to his apartment, he couldn't help but feel a rush of adrenaline. He had just defeated one of the most dangerous speedsters in the multiverse, and he had done it with style. He couldn't wait for his next adventure, and he knew it was only a matter of time before he encountered another villain who would challenge him in new and unexpected ways. Barry Allen, aka The Flash, had just woken up after a long night of investigating a murder case that involved the victim inhaling a chemical gas used for executions. He was eating his 10th burrito and watching the news when the reporter began talking about a black and red blur that had appeared in Central City the previous night. Breaking news from Central City: a mysterious black and red blur was spotted last night, weaving through the city at unimaginable speeds. He stopped eating and turned up the volume on the television. As the news segment continued, he recognized the two speedsters. The first was obviously Myles, but the second one was the person who had killed his mother. Barry's heart sank at the thought of the man who had taken so much from him. Just then, his phone rang. It was Cisco. Barry, something's going down at the mall. Get over there now. Barry didn't waste a second. He quickly finished his burrito, ran to Star Labs, and suited up before heading out. As he arrived at the mall, he found a growing crowd around a woman lying on the floor. He hurried over to her, checking for a pulse, but there was none. He could feel his anger and frustration mounting as he tried to comprehend why someone would do something so senseless. Then he noticed a strange green mist entering the fire exit. His instincts kicked in as he raced after it, only to find a bald man in prisoner garments. Barry didn't recognize him, but he could sense the man's dangerous energy. "Why did you kill that woman?" Barry demanded, his voice stern. The man only warned him to stay out of his way or face the consequences. Barry, never one to back down, threw a punch, but it passed right through the man. He tried a few more times with no success. "You should have stayed out of my way, Flash." The man laughed, transforming into mist before entering Barry's lungs. The Flash could feel his body weakening as the mist began to spread throughout his system. He coughed and gasped for air, but it felt like his lungs were being filled with acid. As he collapsed to the ground, he could hear the man's voice echoing in his head. "You should have stayed out of my way, Flash. Don't worry, I only need 3 more names off my list." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Barry to face the terrifying realization that he was dealing with a metahuman unlike any he had encountered before. Myles was on his way to the mall to grab some takeout when he accidentally bumped into a bald man in prisoner garments. "Oh, sorry about that," Myles apologized before hurrying off. As he continued walking, he saw the Flash coming out of the mall, looking like he had just run a marathon. Myles couldn't help but wonder if the bald man had something to do with it. As the realization hit him, he knew he had to act fast. He speed-walked to McDonald's before dashing to the library. He spent the next few hours poring over books about engineering, science, and anything that could help him with his plan. Finally, with his mind filled with knowledge, he returned to his apartment and asked his copy of Gideon if there was any futuristic container that could hold the mist. "Yes, there are several inventions that could potentially work," Gideon responded. Myles leaned in closer. "Which one is the best?" Gideon displayed several options, explaining each of their strengths and weaknesses. "But I must warn you, Myles. none of them worked with this particular type of mist. Myles shrugged. As long as it works, then it's fine. Can you help me build it? Of course, Myles. But we'll need some specific parts to make it work, Gideon replied. Myles bolted out of his apartment and went on a city-wide stealing spree to acquire the necessary parts. It was a dangerous and risky endeavor, but he knew he had to do it if he wanted to help the Flash. After a few hours of gathering, he returned to his apartment and began building the device with Gideon's help. The process was complicated, and Myles had to make several adjustments to the original designs, but in the end, they created a container that could hold the mist. As Myles held the container in his hand, he felt a sense of pride and accomplishment. He knew he had just helped the Flash significantly. However, he also knew that his actions would not go unnoticed. He had just crossed a dangerous line by stealing the parts, and he had to be careful. Myles sighed. I hope this works. It will work, Myles. I have faith in you, Gideon said reassuringly. With a determined look on his face, Myles left his apartment and headed back to the mall, ready to face the bald metahuman and help with the Flash. He held the device triumphantly. Time to test this out. Myles rushes through the streets of Central City, his white and black suit glimmering in the bright lights of the city. He knows that he needs to find the Flash and the Mist before the criminal manages to catch up with Joe. He jumps over a few cars and sees the blur of red and yellow down the street. As he runs closer, he sees Flash crouched next to Joe and injecting something into his arm before being chased away by Nimbus again. Myles shook his head in frustration at Flash's plan. What are you doing, Barry? You know he could just walk away and come back for Joe later. Flash turned to him, confusion written on his face. Myles? What are you doing here? Myles rolled his eyes. What do you think? I'm stopping this psycho from killing innocent people. Now, stand back and let me do my thing. He quickly pulled out the machine he had created, designed to capture Nimbus and seal him in a futuristic container. Flash watched in awe as Myles turned on the machine, which began to suck in the misty villain. How did you come up with this? He asked. Myles grinned. I'm a thief, Barry. I'm good at stealing things, including knowledge. I read up on every scientific and engineering book I could find to make this device. As soon as Nimbus was trapped, Myles tossed the container to Flash. Here, take this and get out of here before the container malfunctions. He then turned to Flash and scolded him. What were you thinking, Barry? You can't just tire him out. You're a scientist and speedster, not a normal Joe. Think, Barry, think. Thanks, Myles. I owe you one. Flash thanked Myles for his help, but Myles waved it off. No problem. Just make sure you use the device to put him in prison where he belongs. Flash nods and runs off. Myles lingers for a moment, then turns to leave. But before he does, he quickly hacks into Flash's communicator with Gideon and taunts Cisco. Hey Cisco, make the costume better than just being a damn spandex, Myles says with a smirk. You need to step up your game with the Flash's costume. Come on man, put some effort into it. In Star Labs, Cisco grumbles at Myles' jab about the suit, but he knows that the thief is right. The suit definitely needs some upgrades. I hate that guy, Cisco mutters, but he can't help but respect Myles' intelligence and skills. He knows that the thief is right. The Flash's costume could use some upgrades. Thanks for the feedback, Myles. I'll see what I can do. Myles disappears as quickly as he appeared, leaving the Flash to continue his mission. Myles stretched his limbs, feeling the early morning breeze on his face. As he looked around, he saw the vast fields of the outskirts of Central City, free from the towering skyscrapers and busy streets of the city. He was alone, except for Gideon, his trusty artificial intelligence, who was always by his side, guiding him in his adventures. Myles rubbed his eyes and let out a big yawn. He was feeling a little sluggish and needed to wake himself up. He turned to Gideon and said, "I think it's time to test my speed, Gideon. Set up the checkpoints in the map, and I'll start running. You know what to do." Gideon responded with its usual cool and collected voice, "Of course, Myles. All checkpoints are in place. You can start the countdown whenever you're ready." Myles got into his running position, his body tense and ready to take off. He could feel his heart racing with anticipation. "Let's do this," he said to himself. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, ready to begin the countdown. 10, 9, 8. Gideon's voice echoed in his ears, counting down the seconds to the start of his test. Myles could feel the adrenaline pumping through his veins, his mind focused on the upcoming challenge. 7, 6, 5. Myles crouched down, his legs coiled like springs, his body poised to launch into motion. He could feel his muscles tightening, getting ready to explode into action. 4, 3, 2. Myles took one final deep breath and said, "Here we go." And with that, he bolted forward, leaving a sonic boom in his wake. The wind whipped around him as he picked up speed, his legs moving so fast they were a blur. As he ran, he could feel his body responding to the challenge, his heart pounding in his chest, his lungs working overtime to supply him with the oxygen he needed. He could see the checkpoints coming up ahead of him, and he pushed himself harder, his speed increasing with each step. Suddenly, a portal appeared in front of him, and Myles had no time to react. He braced himself for impact, feeling a strange sensation as he was pulled into the portal. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the Speed Force. For a moment, Myles panicked, feeling the power of the Speed Force coursing through his veins. He felt like he was being pulled apart in all directions, like he might never be able to escape. But then he saw another portal, and he knew he had to go through it if he wanted to make it back to the real world. With a burst of speed, Myles launched himself through the portal and found himself back in the central city shipyard. He looked around, feeling relieved to be back in the real world. He took a deep breath, feeling the adrenaline pumping through his veins before resuming his course. Finally, he reached the end of the course, panting and sweating, but feeling exhilarated. He looked over at Gideon and grinned. "How was that?" Gideon responded with its usual monotone voice, "Impressive, Myles. You reached your top speed of XXXX miles per hour. Not bad for a morning run." Myles chuckled, feeling a sense of pride in his accomplishment. He knew that he had much more to discover about his abilities and his limits, but for now, he was satisfied with the exhilarating rush of the test run. Myles sat back in his chair and took a deep breath, looking at his computer screen. He had just finished his 12th theory on how to access Savitar's teleportation ability. It was a fascinating power, and he knew that if he could master it, it would be an incredible addition to his arsenal. He had spent weeks researching and analyzing the Speed Force, and his recent experience with cosmic energy had given him some new insights. He knew that Savitar's ability to move around during Season 3 was due to his imprisonment in the Speed Force, but he still needed to figure out how to replicate it without him being trapped inside. Myles looked at the clock and tapped his chin. "There has to be something I'm missing," he said to himself. He then turned to Gideon. "Gideon, set the timer for 1 minute." "Setting timer for 1 minute," Gideon replied. Myles began pacing around his apartment, deep in thought. "What are you working on, Myles?" Gideon asked. "I'm working on a way to access Savitar's teleportation ability," Myles replied. "I know it involves the Speed Force, but I need to figure out how to replicate it. Replicating Savitar's powers could be dangerous, Gideon warned. I know, but it could be extremely useful, Myles countered. Myles looked at the clock and his eyes narrowed. He needed to think outside the box if he was going to make progress. As he gazed at the clock, an idea came to him. Teleportation revolved around time and space, and speedsters like him had enough speed to rupture the space-time continuum. But he knew that time travel was incredibly dangerous, and he needed to work out his theory before he could test it. That's it, I know what I need, Tracer's time travel jet. I'm going to move forward in time using the Schrödinger cat concept and time travel via the Speed Force to access teleportation. That's a risky idea, Gideon said. You could end up in a completely different dimension or place. With a grin, he began typing furiously, putting his ideas into writing. He knew that he had to be careful with this kind of power. But the possibilities were endless. I know, but I've worked out the theory. I just need to test it, Myles said. But I need someone to witness it. He leaned back in his chair, looking at his work. It was time to test his theory. But he needed someone to witness it. And then, a name popped into his mind. Barry, Myles said to himself. I'm gonna need Barry. Myles stood up and put on his costume, ready to go out and find the perfect witness. He walked out of his apartment, making his way through the city toward his destination. He had a feeling that this was going to be something special. Myles Tachyon had a plan, and it was risky, but he was confident that it would work. He was in his signature costume, all black and sleek, with lightning bolts emblazoned on the suit's chest and arms. Myles sprinted towards the central city bank, his heart racing with anticipation. He burst into the entrance, startling the patrons and employees. Attention everyone, he yelled, I am here to rob this bank. But the room fell silent, and no one seemed to be paying any attention to him. He furrowed his brow and scratched his chin, deep in thought. Then he had an idea. Myles rushed out of the bank, and in a matter of seconds, he was back with a gun in his hand. He pointed the gun at the ceiling and pulled the trigger repeatedly until the clip was empty, causing people to scream and duck for cover. He quickly used his superhuman speed to knock out the guards and secure the area. After a few moments of chaos, Myles took a deep breath and smiled. He was pleased with himself. Okay, everyone, he said, let's get this place cleaned up. We're going to have a party with the pizzas I stole from the next-door pizzeria. The people slowly started to get up and help him, even though they were still confused about what was happening. It was a funny sight to see, people in business attire cleaning up the bank with Myles, who was in his superhero costume. The party was a huge success, and everyone had a great time, except for Myles. He didn't touch the pizza, he just waited for the Flash to arrive. When the Flash finally showed up, he was confused by the sight before him. What's going on here? He asked. Myles turned to face the Flash and smirked. I poisoned the pizza, Flash, he said. If you want to save these people, you're going to have to catch me. With that, Myles ran out of the bank in a blur of lightning, leaving the Flash behind. Barry didn't believe Myles, but he couldn't let him get away. The red streak quickly chases after him. As the high-speed chase turned into a fight between two speedsters, Barry and Myles clashed in a blur of motion that left Central City shaken. Sonic booms and lightning trails followed in their wake as they moved too fast for anyone to see. Myles was ready to test his theory. He sped up, and in an instant, he was gone, leaving Flash alone and confused. Barry was quick to ask what happened to his team, but Myles appeared from another direction, throwing Barry off guard. Tachyon disappeared again just as fast as he appeared, and Barry was left wondering what was going on. Suddenly, Myles increased his speed, and from every direction, he attacked Barry with his teleportation abilities. To a normal human, it would have looked like an army was attacking Barry from a portal. Barry was completely overwhelmed and defeated. He struggled to get up, but Myles was already kneeling down in front of him, apologizing for his cruel act. "What do you want, Myles?" Barry asked, panting heavily. Myles just shook his head. "I don't want anything from you, Flash. I just needed your help to test my theory. And now that I've done that, I'm done." Myles stood up and placed 3 boxes of donuts beside Barry. "You need to get well soon, Flash. Take a break and enjoy these donuts." Barry was speechless. "You attacked me, you think giving me donuts is enough? What about the pizza?" Myles chuckled. "It wasn't just about me testing a theory, Barry. I needed to see how much you've grown, and you didn't disappoint. As for the pizza, I lied, just so you'll chase me." Barry's expression softened. "I appreciate the sentiment, Myles. But there are better ways to test my speed." Myles nodded. "I know, and I promise never to do something like this again unless I see you slacking off. We both know that sometimes you need a little push to see what you're really capable of. Think of it as my insurance in case I go crazy or get mind-controlled by another metahuman. Besides, would you prefer if a real killer is on the loose and you're not fast enough to stop them?" Barry wanted to say something but knew Myles had a point. The thief was already faster than him, and it was only Myles' code of honor that somehow kept him from doing something worse. Barry looked down at the boxes of donuts and smiled. "Thanks, Myles. I needed this." Myles grinned back. "No problem, Flash. Anytime you need me, just give me a call. Also, thanks for the wallet." And with that, Myles disappeared into the Speed Force, leaving Barry alone with his boxes of donuts and a newfound sense of gratitude towards his fellow speedster, and determined to increase speed to avenge all of his stolen wallets. Barry sat on a medical bed in Star Labs, his suit torn and his body bruised from the fight with Myles' Tachyon. Caitlin scolded him for not being careful during the fight, telling him that he needed to take care of himself if he wanted to continue being a hero. "You can't keep getting hurt like this, Barry," Caitlin said as she applied a salve to his bruises. "What's the point of saving people if you're not around to do it?" Harrison, who had been watching the whole ordeal from a distance, approached Barry with a stern look on his face. "While I'm glad to see you're determined to catch Tachyon, you need to be more careful of your surroundings. You can't just charge into every fight without thinking about the consequences." Barry nodded, knowing that Harrison was right. He had been so focused on catching Tachyon that he had forgotten about the potential damage he could cause. He had to be more responsible and cautious in the future. Meanwhile, Cisco was watching the news on a nearby monitor, his expression grim as he listened to the reporter describe the cost of the damage left by the battle between Barry and Tachyon. "The cost of the damage caused by Tachyon's attack on the city is estimated to be in the millions," the reporter said. "Many businesses and homes have been destroyed, and countless citizens have been injured. The police are urging anyone with information on Tachyon's whereabouts to come forward." Barry winces as he watches the footage of himself getting pummeled by Tachyon, and he can't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment as Cisco pipes up from the other side of the room. "Ouch, Barry. Looks like you really got your butt kicked there," Cisco says, smirking at his friend. Barry rolls his eyes, but he knows Cisco is just trying to lighten the mood. He turns his attention back to the TV, watching as the reporter shows a clip of Tachyon using his teleportation powers to escape. "Is Tachyon even a speedster?" Barry asks, looking at the rest of the team. "I mean, I've never seen anyone with those kinds of powers before." Harrison Wells, who had been silently observing the conversation, speaks up. Tachyon's abilities are certainly unusual, but I believe he is a speedster nonetheless. We just need to level the playing field. Barry nods in agreement, feeling a renewed sense of determination. He may have lost the battle, but he wasn't going to let Tachyon keep getting away from his crimes. Sisko shook his head as he stared at the screens showing various reports on Tachyon's activities. How are we supposed to trick him if we don't know anything about him? We don't even know if he's a speedster or not, he said, frustration clear in his voice. Wells nodded in agreement. Sisko has a point. We need to find out more about Tachyon before we can even think about catching him. Caitlin spoke up, her voice firm and resolute. Actually, I think I might have an idea. Remember what he said about his interest in Barry? Barry looked up, his attention piqued. You're suggesting we use me as bait? Caitlin nodded, a small smile on her face. Yes, I am. We know that Tachyon has some kind of fixation on you, so if we can use that to our advantage, we might be able to catch him. Barry frowned, clearly uncomfortable with the idea of putting others in danger. I don't know, Caitlin. It seems risky. We don't know what he'll do. If we do this, he might hurt others beside me. Wells placed a hand on Barry's shoulder. I understand your hesitation, Barry, but this might be our only shot at catching Tachyon. We'll do everything we can to keep you safe, but we need your help. Barry took a deep breath, steeling himself for what was to come. All right, let's do it. But we need to be careful, and we need to have a solid plan in place. All right, Sisko says, I'm going to start making something that can hold a speedster. Good luck with that, Caitlin mutters as she continues to mix her ingredients. I'll also make a sleeping serum that a speedster won't burn off, Caitlin adds. Harrison looks up from his work and nods. I'll help you with that, he says. Sisko quickly gets to work in his workshop, gathering various materials and components to construct a speedster trap. Caitlin goes to her lab, carefully measuring and mixing different chemicals to create a sleeping serum that can knock out even the fastest speedster. Meanwhile, Harrison offers his assistance, using his knowledge of physics and the speed force to help improve the trap and the serum. As they work, Barry sits on the lab's couch, his injuries still sore from his previous encounter with Tachyon. Harrison turns to him and says, Barry, you need to rest. You won't be of much use to us if you're too injured to even move. Barry nods, feeling a bit guilty for not doing more. Okay, I'll go lie down for a bit. But let me know if you need anything, okay? Caitlin smiles at him. Don't worry, Barry. We've got this. Barry leaves the lab and heads to his room, feeling both tired and restless. He knows he needs to rest, but his mind is racing with thoughts of Tachyon and the upcoming plan to catch him. He lies down on his bed and closes his eyes, trying to clear his mind and relax. Minutes later, Sisko emerges from his workshop, holding a sleek and futuristic-looking device. Behold, the speedster trap. Guaranteed to hold even the fastest speedster. Harrison nods in approval. Excellent work, Sisko. Now, Caitlin, let's test your sleeping serum. We need to make sure it's potent enough to take down Tachyon. The team works together to fine-tune the trap and the serum, knowing that the fate of Central City rests on their success. Myles lay on his bed, clutching his chest in pain as he groaned. Suddenly, he turned his head to the side, where a familiar voice spoke to him. Gideon, what's happening to me? He asked, his voice filled with pain. The constant teleportation has caused your cells to become too unstable. They are unable to handle the strain you're putting on them, and it's causing you immense pain, Gideon replied, her voice as calm as ever. Myles gritted his teeth, trying to push through the agony coursing through his body. "Can't you do something?" he asked, desperate for relief. "I am afraid not." "Your body needs time to heal and recover from the damage," Gideon said, her voice almost sympathetic. Myles let out a frustrated sigh. "I don't have time for this. I need to get back out there," he said, sitting up and wincing as pain shot through his body. "You need to rest and allow your body to recover. If you continue like this, you risk causing permanent damage to your cells," Gideon warned him. Myles sighed again, knowing that she was right. He lay back down on the bed and closed his eyes, trying to ignore the pain and focus on his plans. He knew he had to find a way to stabilize his cells and continue his work as Tachyon, no matter what the cost. Gideon's voice turned stern. "I warned you about copying Savitar's powers. You should have listened." Myles sighed. "I know. I'll be more careful from now on." Myles makes a note to himself, use teleportation sparingly from now on. He then asks Gideon, "Do you have the future formula for Velocity or 9? Gideon responded, "Yes, I have it." Myles smiled. "Good. With Velocity or 9, I won't need to rely on my teleportation as much. I can increase my speed without damaging my cells." Gideon warned him, "But remember, Velocity or 9 has dangerous side effects. It's not a cure for your condition. Myles, using it could worsen your condition. You need to rest and let your body heal naturally." Myles nodded. "I know. I'm not gonna use it now, anyway. I'll use it sparingly in the future." He closed his eyes and tried to focus on the pain. He knew he needed to be careful, but he also needed to be faster than the Flash. His teleportation was clearly not meant for combat unless it was an emergency. Myles walked out of the bookstore carrying a stack of books on pranks. He had been feeling restless and thought a good prank might cheer him up. As he entered the elevator, he wasn't paying attention and accidentally bumped into someone. He quickly apologized and looked up to see who it was. It was Caitlin Snow, one of the members of Team Flash. Myles was surprised to see her, and Caitlin looked equally bewildered. She had heard about Myles' recent attacks on the city and was apprehensive about being near him. Myles tried to break the awkward silence. "Hey, I'm sorry about that. I wasn't paying attention." Caitlin looked at him warily. "It's okay." Myles felt bad for causing trouble in the city and wanted to make amends. "Hey, would you like to have lunch with me? I know we're not exactly on the best terms, but maybe we could talk things out." Caitlin hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Sure, I could use a break from work." Myles smiled, relieved that Caitlin was willing to give him a chance. "Great! Let's go grab a bite to eat." Myles and Caitlin sat across from each other in a McDonald's booth, surrounded by the sound of chatter and the smell of burgers and fries. Myles took a big bite of his Big Mac, while Caitlin barely touched her food. Myles noticed Caitlin's lack of appetite and asked, "What's wrong?" Caitlin sighed and put down her burger. "Do you even realize that what you're doing is illegal? You could end up in jail one day." Myles simply nodded, causing Caitlin to look at him with confusion. "You're not even worried?" she asked. Myles shrugged. "I know what I'm doing, and I'm willing to accept the consequences if I'm caught." As Caitlin sits across from Myles, she can't help but feel conflicted. Here she is, having lunch with a notorious thief who has caused so much chaos in the city. "Why are you a thief?" Caitlin finally asks, breaking the uncomfortable silence between them. Myles takes a bite of his burger before answering. "It pays my electricity bill." Caitlin furrows her brow in confusion. "You risk going to jail just for that." Myles chuckles. "It's not just about the electricity. I have other expenses too." Like what? Caitlin asks, intrigued despite herself. Myles leans in closer. I could show you, if you're interested. Caitlin shakes her head. That's not what I meant. Why did you ask me out? Myles smiles, his eyes sparkling. Is it wrong to want to spend time with a beautiful woman? Caitlin narrows her eyes. Don't try to charm your way out of this. You're a thief, you must have other motives. Myles leans back in his seat, his expression serious. I won't deny that I have ulterior motives, but that doesn't mean I can't enjoy your company. Caitlin doesn't know what to say. Despite her reservations about him, she can't help but feel drawn to him. The way he displayed his confidence and carefree attitude was alarming. She takes a deep breath and tries to keep her emotions in check. Myles takes a sip of his drink before leaning in and lowering his voice. I saw some military type sneaking around Central City earlier today, he says to Caitlin. Caitlin's interest is piqued as she asks, what kind of military? Myles shrugs, I don't know. I wasn't exactly sticking around to ask them. But it seemed like they were trying to keep a low profile. Caitlin looks at him skeptically. And why are you telling me this? Myles avoids her gaze and fidgets with his straw. I don't know, just thought your team might want to look into it. Caitlin nods, still suspicious of Myles' motives. And why are you telling me this? What's in it for you? Myles hesitates for a moment before answering. Nothing, just trying to be helpful. Besides, I enjoy spending time with you. Caitlin rolls her eyes. You're a thief, Myles. You don't just do things out of the kindness of your heart. Myles leans back in his seat, a small smile playing on his lips. Maybe I do. Or maybe I just having to spend my time with someone I'm attracted to. Caitlin looks at him for a moment before shaking her head and taking a bite of her burger. You're impossible. The young woman huffed, I'm not going to let you use me as leverage to get out of whatever mess you're in, Myles. Myles raises an eyebrow. I'm not trying to use you for anything, Caitlin. I just thought your team might want to know about it. Caitlin narrows her eyes. Why should we trust you? Myles shrugs. You don't have to trust me. But I thought you might be interested in stopping the military from taking another metahuman as a lab rat. Caitlin considers this for a moment before nodding. Okay, we'll look into it. But that doesn't change the fact that I still don't trust you. Myles smiles. I never said you should. The sound of an explosion causes chaos as everyone in the McDonald's rushes towards the exit. Caitlin ducks under the table in fear, her eyes wide with shock. Myles remains calm and composed, scanning the area for the source of the commotion. As he looks around, he spots a group of military vehicles and soldiers surrounding a building not too far from their location. His expression hardens as he realizes that the military might be coming after the metahuman they were discussing earlier. Caitlin grabs Myles' arm, her heart racing with fear. What's going on? She asks him, her voice trembling. Myles takes a deep breath and turns to her, his eyes focused and determined. I think it might be the military, he tells her, his voice low and urgent. They could be after the metahuman we were discussing earlier. Without hesitation, Myles jumps to his feet and starts using his speed to take down any soldiers that get in his way. Caitlin watches in awe as he moves with incredible speed and agility, dodging bullets and taking down soldiers with ease. The sound of shattering glass echoes through the fast food chain as Myles effortlessly smashes through the windows, launching himself outside to face the military head-on. Caitlin watches in disbelief as she follows Myles, cautiously peering through the shattered glass. Myles is a blur, darting around the soldiers, avoiding their bullets with ease. He takes them down one by one, knocking them out with a few well-placed punches. Caitlin can't help but be amazed at his agility and speed. As Myles finishes off the last soldier, he turns to Caitlin and grabs Caitlin's hand and pulls her along with him towards the building the military had surrounded. Caitlin hesitates, unsure if she should follow a thief, but her curiosity gets the best of her as she follows Myles towards the danger. "Come on," he says, his voice urgent. "We have to follow them before they do something dumb." As the chaos continues, the two approach the building. Myles scouts for any potential threats. Caitlin follows his lead and takes a more cautious approach. They sneak up to the building's entrance. They make their way down a long, narrow corridor, the sound of their footsteps echoing through the building. As they turn a corner, they hear screams coming from one of the rooms. They quickly rush towards the source of the noise, where they find Bet Sans Souci, the metahuman they were supposed to rescue, surrounded by soldiers. Without hesitation, Myles jumps into action, taking down the soldiers one by one while Caitlin helps Bet to safety. Together, they escape the building and the military's grasp, making it out just in time before backup arrives. "Are you okay?" Myles asks as he helps her up. Plastique nods. "Thanks for the help." "But who are you?" Myles smirks, "Just a guy who hates seeing the military bully innocent people." Caitlin looks around and said, "We need to get out of here before more soldiers show up." Myles nods in agreement. "I got this." He takes Plastique's hand and they all run away from the scene at superhuman speed, leaving the military behind. Once they reach a safe location, Myles asks Plastique if she needs any help getting out of the city. She declines, saying she can take care of herself. Before they part ways, Myles tells her to be careful and to lie low for a while. Caitlin turns to Myles, who just smiles, told "YA, I'm not all bad, just mostly." Myles, Caitlin, and Bet appeared in a blur, landing in a nearby alley. The two women were struggling to catch their breath and looked like they were about to vomit. Myles winced and took a step back, holding his nose. "Hey, I said to hold your breath, not blow chunks on my shoes." Caitlin glared at him. "You could have warned us about the landing." Myles shrugged. "Sorry, new to this whole superhero thing." Bet groaned. "Can we please just get out of here before we get caught?" Caitlin nodded in agreement. "Let's take her to Star Labs." Myles shook his head. "No way, that's the first place the military will look. We need to take her somewhere off the grid." Bet looked nervous. "But where?" Myles grinned. "I've got a safe house nearby. It's not fancy, but it'll do the trick." Caitlin raised an eyebrow. "And how do we know we can trust you?" Myles rolled his eyes. "Come on, do I look like a bad guy?" Caitlin hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Okay, fine. But I need to go back to Star Labs and tell the team what's going on." Myles nodded. "No problem. I'll take care of Bet." Bet looked at Myles with apprehension. "You're not going to carry me again, are you?" Myles chuckled. "Afraid so. Hang on tight." He scooped Bet up and disappeared in a flash of lightning, leaving Caitlin alone in the alley. Caitlin shook her head in disbelief. "I can't believe I'm trusting a thief to help us." She sighed and headed back to Star Labs, hoping her team would be able to figure out a plan before it was too late. Myles burst into his hideout, with Bet staggering behind him, clutching her stomach. He quickly shoved a bucket and a box of tissues into her hands, telling her to take care of business before he had to deal with the smell. "Here you go," he says, holding out the bucket. "Just let it out. We've all been there." Bet takes the bucket and retches, her whole body shaking with the effort. Myles backs away, covering his nose and muttering in Spanish about the smell. "Hey, caramba! What did you eat before coming here, Bet?" "A raw sewage sandwich." As Bet retched into the bucket, Myles frantically searched for something to mask the stench. He found a can of air freshener and started spraying it around, muttering in Spanish about how terrible the situation was. "Ooh, this is going to take days to get rid of," Myles said. "I swear, if I have to burn this place down, I will." Bet finishes throwing up and wipes her mouth with a tissue. "Thanks," she says weakly. Myles just shook his head. "Don't mention it. And if you're gonna hurl again, at least aim for the bucket this time, okay?" Bet glared at him. "I'm not some amateur, you know." Myles just chuckled. "No, but you're a little green around the gills." Myles gestures for her to sit down on a ratty old couch in the corner. "Make yourself at home," he says. "I'll grab you some water." As he disappears into the back of the warehouse, Bet looks around at the dingy space. It's not exactly what she was expecting, but it's better than being captured by the military. "So, am I safe here?" Myles nods confidently. "Absolutely. Not even the Flash himself has found this place yet." Bet looks at him curiously. "The Flash? You know him?" Myles shrugs. "We've crossed paths a few times. But that's not important. What's important is that you're safe." Bet nods gratefully. "Thank you, but why are you helping me?" Myles hesitates for a moment before answering. "I have my reasons. Let's just say that I don't like the way the military is treating meta-humans." Bet nods, understanding. "I feel the same way." Myles nods in agreement. "Good. Now, we need to lay low for a while. The military will be looking for you, and I don't want them to find you." Bet nods, looking worried. "What about my family? I can't just disappear like this." Myles nods sympathetically. "I know. But for now, you're safer here. I'll see what I can do about your family. But for now, let's just focus on staying hidden." Bet nods, still looking anxious. "Okay. What should I do?" Myles hands her a spare blanket and some pillows. "Rest for now. I'll see what I can do. And don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you." Bet takes a deep breath before asking the question that's been on her mind. "Who are you?" Myles chuckles, a sly grin spreading across his face. "Well, that's a loaded question. My real name is Myles, but around here, I go by a different name." As Caitlin walks down the hallway of Star Labs, she spots General Wade Eiling speaking with Dr. Wells in a tense conversation. She pauses, trying to make herself invisible as she listens to their exchange. The General's face twists in anger as he shakes his head and turns to leave, nearly bumping into Caitlin as he storms past her. Caitlin's heart races in her chest as she tries to compose herself, but she can't shake the feeling that something bad is happening. Just as she's about to continue on her way, Harrison Wells appears beside her, his voice calm and reassuring. "Caitlin, is everything okay?" he asks, his eyes scanning her face for any sign of distress. Caitlin forces a smile and nods, but her eyes betray her unease. "I'm fine," she says, but her voice is unconvincing. Harrison puts a hand on her shoulder, his expression serious. "What's wrong? You can tell me." Caitlin hesitates for a moment before answering. "I'm not sure. I just saw General Eiling talking with you, Dr. Wells, and he didn't look too happy." Harrison's expression turned serious. "I see," he says, his tone indicating that he knows more than he's letting on. Caitlin raises an eyebrow, sensing that there's something Harrison isn't telling her. "Dr. Wells, what's going on?" she asks. Harrison looks around the hallway before leaning in closer to Caitlin. I suspect that Eiling is trying to capture a metahuman. We need to be careful, and we can't trust anyone outside of our team. Caitlin nods in understanding before asking, "Do you know where Barry and Cisco are?" Harrison nods. "Yes, they're in the lab. Let's go join them." With that, the two of them head toward the lab to regroup with the rest of the team. Caitlin began to retell the events that happened to her with Myles. The young woman took a deep breath before continuing her account of what had happened earlier. "Myles carried us both with his super speed, and I swear, I almost lost my lunch." Barry's concern was evident in his voice. "Is she okay?" Caitlin nodded. "Yeah, she's fine. Just a bit nauseous from the ride." Cisco chimed in. "So, what's the plan here? How are we going to deal with General Wade and the military?" Barry turned to Harrison. "Any suggestions?" Harrison leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. "We need to find out why they want Bet so badly." Caitlin furrowed her brow. "But how? How are we going to get that information?" Ebard glances at Cisco. "Cisco, can you run a background check on Bet? See if anything comes up." Cisco nods, "On it." Caitlin furrows her brow. "But what about Myles?" Barry shrugs. "If he's helping Bet, then he's on our side for now." Harrison adds, "Barry's right. We need to focus on the bigger picture here." Cisco heads to the computer lab to run a background check on Bet. As the team begins to disperse, Caitlin lingers behind and catches Barry's attention. "Are you sure you're okay?" he asks her, sensing her unease. Caitlin nods, but her expression is troubled. "I just can't shake the feeling that something's not right about all of this. Why would the military want Bet so badly?" Barry puts a comforting hand on her shoulder. "We'll figure it out, Caitlin. That's what we do, right?" Caitlin manages a small smile before hurrying to catch up with Cisco. Barry and Harrison, meanwhile, head to the crime scene where Bet was last seen. As they search for any clues, Barry uses his super speed to scan the area. Suddenly, he stops in his tracks. "Professor, I found something," he calls out to the others. "This doesn't belong to any of the soldiers," Barry notes as picks up a piece of metal. Harrison examines the fragment closely. "This is interesting. There's some sort of energy residue on it." Barry frowns, feeling a sense of unease wash over him. "Energy signature? What do you think it is?" "I'm not entirely sure," Wells admits. "But whatever it is, it seems to be connected to the military's interest in Bet." Barry's mind races as he tries to make sense of the situation. So they're using her to power some kind of energy weapon. "It's certainly a possibility," Wells says, his eyes narrowing in thought. "But we need more information. We need to find out exactly what kind of energy signature this is and what it's capable of." As they were talking, the metal fragment suddenly began to glow brighter and brighter. Barry quickly snatched it back from Wells and threw it away just in time, as a small explosion occurred where the fragment landed. Barry stumbled back, shielding his face with his arm. When the smoke cleared, he saw that the pavement was now pitted and scorched, and Wells was lying on the ground, his coat smoldering. "Wells!" Barry cried, running over to him. "Are you okay?" Wells groaned and rolled over, coughing. "I'll be fine," he said, his voice weak. "Just a little singed. Looks like we know why they're after her." He then gestures to a huge hole in the wall the metal fragment had left. Myles continued to zoom around the room, his movements almost too fast for Bet to follow. He was humming a jolly tune as he set up a makeshift bed for her, made sure there were enough blankets, and stocked the mini-fridge with her favorite drinks and snacks. Bet watched him in fascination, amused by how Myles could be so hyperactive and yet still manage to get everything done. But as she turned on the TV, her mood soured as she saw the news report. The headline read, "Metahuman terrorizes Central City," and there was a clear image of her face on the screen. Her heart sank, realizing that the military had already labeled her as a threat. She looked at Myles, gesturing towards the TV as she explained her fears. "Myles, what are we going to do?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. "The military is after me, and now everyone in Central City thinks I'm some kind of monster." Myles stopped his frenzied movements and walked over to her, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Listen to me, Bet," he said, his voice firm but reassuring. "We'll figure this out. You're not a monster, and I won't let anyone treat you like one. We'll find a way to clear your name and get you out of this mess." Bet looked up at him, grateful for his words of encouragement. She knew Myles was right, they couldn't give up now. But the fear and uncertainty lingered in the back of her mind, and she wondered if they would ever be able to outrun the military and the stigma of being a metahuman. Myles could sense her doubts, and he squeezed her shoulder gently. "Hey, don't worry about it now," he said, flashing her a bright smile. "Let's just focus on getting you some rest and figuring out our next move. Everything will be okay, I promise." Team Flash was seated in the lab as they tried to figure out how to contact Myles without alerting General Eiling. Cisco had just suggested that Caitlin should go with Barry to the last place she saw Myles. "I don't think that's a good idea," Caitlin said, shaking her head. "Eiling already knows I was with Myles. If I show up with the Flash, he'll know something's up." "Okay, then, what do we do?" Cisco asked, leaning forward in his chair. "I don't know," Caitlin admitted, frustration creeping into her voice. "Myles has never given me a way to contact him. He always just shows up when he wants to." Barry tapped his fingers on the table, deep in thought. "Wait, what about the alley where he dropped you off?" he suggested. "Maybe he left something there that could give us a clue." Caitlin's eyes widened as she realized Barry was onto something. "That's it. He always leaves things behind. Maybe he left something for us to find him." "Then it's settled," Ebard Wells declared. "Caitlin and Barry will go to the alley and look for any clues." Caitlin and Barry nodded in agreement before quickly getting up and heading out of the lab. The tension in the room had been palpable, but now that they had a plan, there was a sense of purpose and determination among the team. Barry and Caitlin walked through the dirty alley, scanning their surroundings for any sign of Myles or his hideout. The stench of garbage and urine fills their noses, and Caitlin can't help but gag at the overwhelming smell. Barry covers his nose with his hand, but it does little to mask the odor. "Ooh, this is disgusting," Caitlin mutters, holding her breath. "I know, but we have to find Myles," Barry replies, scanning the area. Suddenly, a homeless man approaches them, holding out a crumpled piece of paper. "You're looking for Myles, right?" he asks, his voice rough and hoarse. Barry takes the paper, and upon opening it, realizes it's a letter from Myles. "How did you get this?" he asks the man. "I'm a friend of Myles. He helps us out sometimes," the man answers, before shuffling away. Caitlin leans over Barry's shoulder to read the letter. "It says we can contact him with a pager," she says, pointing to a set of instructions at the bottom of the page. "Okay, let's give it a try," Barry says, taking out his own pager and following Myles' instructions. Within moments, the pager buzzes with a response. "Looks like it worked," Caitlin says, nodding toward the pager. Barry grins. "All right, let's go meet Myles." With renewed energy, the two speed off toward Myles' hideout, leaving the foul-smelling alley behind them. Myles arrived back at his hideout and found Bet sitting on the couch, still watching the news with a look of concern on her face. "Hey Bet, I'm meeting up with Caitlin," he said as he made his way to the fridge. "I've got some food in here for you if you're hungry." Bet nodded and thanked him, grateful for the distraction from the news. Myles quickly changed into his costume before leaving, reminding Bet to lock the doors behind him. As he made his way to the meeting area he had given Barry and Caitlin, Myles couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He had worked hard to keep his identity a secret, and meeting up with the Flash and his team was a risky move. Upon arriving, Myles decided to play a little prank on Barry and Caitlin by sneaking up on them and yelling "boo," causing both of them to jump in surprise. After the initial shock had worn off, Barry got straight to the point. "We figured out why they're after Bet. They're weaponizing her," he said, his expression serious. "We haven't figured out how to deal with General Eiling, and we need to find a way to stop him from weaponizing Bet." Myles looked at Barry and asked, "So, what gave you the idea that I have one?" Barry shrugged and said, "You're the only one with crazy ideas that might scare off the General." Myles let out a chuckle and replied, "You're not wrong. I do have one idea, but I don't think you're going to like it." Barry looked at Myles, raising an eyebrow. "What is it?" he asked, curious yet hesitant. Myles grinned mischievously. "We dress up as clowns and pretend to be part of a traveling circus," he said with a laugh. Barry looked at him incredulously. "Are you serious?" he asked, not sure if Myles was joking or not. Myles let out a boisterous laugh. No, I'm kidding," he said, still chuckling. "But hey, if you're ever up for it, I'm game." Barry and Caitlin stare blankly at him before Myles tells them about the plan. Neither of them liked it. Myles quietly slips back into his hideout, careful not to wake Bet, who is sound asleep on the couch. He moves silently around the room, turning off all the lights and locking the doors before heading to the bedroom. He grabs a blanket from the closet and gently covers Bet with it, making sure she's warm and comfortable. He then takes a seat in a nearby chair and begins to think about their next move. As the night wears on, Myles' mind starts working on more backup plans, taking into consideration all possible scenarios that could happen. He knows that Eiling won't stop until he gets his hands on Bet, and Myles is determined to keep her safe no matter what. Finally, exhaustion takes over and Myles falls asleep in the chair, his mind still racing with ideas and plans. The next morning, Myles wakes up to the sound of sizzling coming from the kitchen. He rubs his eyes and stretches before heading to the kitchen to see Bet cooking breakfast. "Good morning," Myles greets her with a smile. "Did you sleep well?" Bet turns around and smiles back at him. "Yeah, I did. Thanks for everything, Myles. I really appreciate it." Myles nods and takes a seat at the table. "No problem. So, what's for breakfast?" "Just some eggs and toast," Bet replies as she sets the plates down on the table. "It's not much, but it's something." Myles takes a bite of the eggs and nods in approval. "This is great. You're a good cook, Bet." Bet blushes a bit at the compliment. "Thanks. I learned from my grandma." Myles smiles at her. "Well, it's good to have some skills. You never know when you might need them." Bet nods in agreement before asking, "So, what's the plan now?" Myles knew he had to start planning their next move. He went over to Bet and sat down next to her on the couch. "Bet," he began, "I need your help to make General Eiling back off. But I want you to know that it's entirely up to you. You don't have to do anything you don't want to." Bet listened intently, unsure of what he was asking of her. "What do you mean?" she asked, tilting her head to the side. Myles explained his plan to her, knowing that it was risky and dangerous. He told her that they needed to convince General Eiling that Bet was too dangerous to be used as a weapon. They would have to make him think that she was out of control and uncontrollable, but in order to do that, they would need her to use her powers in a destructive way. "I need you to use your powers to create a diversion," Myles said, leaning forward. "Something big and flashy that'll make Eiling think twice about coming after you." Bet considered this for a moment. "And if I don't want to do it?" Myles shrugged. "Then I can't make you. It's your choice, Bet. But just remember, if we don't do something soon, Eiling will keep coming after you." Bet nodded, turning off the stove and serving up the breakfast. "Can I have some time to think it over?" "Of course," Myles said, standing up from the table. "I know this is a big decision, and I don't want to pressure you into anything." As he was about to leave, Bet stops him. "Can I ask you something?" she says, hesitantly. "Sure thing," Myles replies, pausing his packing to face her. "Why are you doing all of this?" "Helping me, I mean," Bet asks, looking genuinely curious. Myles smiles. "Because you need my help, and I happen to be really good at what I do," he says, half-jokingly. Bet raises an eyebrow. "And what do you do exactly?" "I'm a thief," Myles says simply. "I steal things for a living." Bet looks surprised, but also intrigued. "So why are you helping me instead of, I don't know, robbing a bank or something?" Myles shrugs. "I am actually stealing things. I'm stealing the General's hand grenade." Bet chuckles. "I guess that makes sense." Myles grins. "Glad you think so. Now, I've got to go meet up with the Flash and the gang. But remember, take all the time you need to make your decision. I'll be here when you're ready." Myles pats her on the back as he zoomed out of the hideout. Bet sat alone in the kitchen, deep in thought. She knew that whatever decision she made would have serious consequences, but she also knew that she couldn't just sit back and do nothing. As she stirred her coffee, she tried to weigh the pros and cons of Myles' plan. After what felt like hours of contemplation, Bet finally came to a decision. She knew that helping Myles was the right thing to do, even if it meant putting herself in danger. With a sense of determination, she stood up from the table and got ready to leave the hideout, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. By the time Myles got back after setting up the trap, Bet was already waiting at the door. "I'm in. What do you want me to do?" Near the docks, Bet is patiently waiting for General Eiling to arrive. Her heart is pounding as she clutches the something, trying to steady her nerves. In her hands were a couple of marbles that Myles had provided for her to use. They looked so small and insignificant, but she knew they could cause a massive explosion when she infuses it with her power. She's wearing the same clothes as the day before, a black hoodie and jeans, but this time there's a sense of purpose about her. As she waits, Bet thinks back to the plan that Myles had outlined for her. She was to lead the General to a specific spot where they had set up a trap. It was a risky move, but they had no other choice. The plan was to use the marbles to trip up the General's convoy, causing them to crash and panic, giving Bet a chance to escape. Bet hears the sound of several vehicles approaching and her heart skips a beat. She takes a deep breath and focuses on the marbles in her hand. She knows that if she fails, the consequences could be catastrophic. As the vehicles pull up, a group of heavily armed soldiers step out and approach Bet with caution. Eiling, the commanding officer, steps out of the vehicle and approaches Bet with a smug look on his face. Well, he says, his voice booming. "Good to see you've come to your senses, Ms. San Souci," Eiling says, his voice full of arrogance. "Now let's get you back to the lab where we can start studying your powers and make America great again." Bet shakes her head in refusal, knowing what Eiling really meant by studying her powers. "I'm not going anywhere with you, General. I'm done being your lab rat," she replies firmly. Wade tries to appeal to Bet's emotions and guilt. "But Bet, think of all the soldiers you could save. They could finally go home to their families," he says, trying to convince her to cooperate. Bet scoffs at his words. "What about my family? What about my life? I'm not going to be your pawn," she retorts. Eiling tries a different tactic, claiming that Bet can help her family by working with them first. But Bet sees right through his lies. "You're a terrible liar, General. If you want to win this war so badly, do it yourself," she says before tossing marbles at Eiling and his soldiers, causing them to slip and fall on the ground. The marbles bursts into a cloud of smoke, temporarily blinding Eiling and his men. Convoys were flipping in the air, and fire was spreading, defeating most of Eiling's men. Bet marched towards Eiling, her eyes filled with malicious intent, ready to take him down. Barry showed up in his Flash outfit, pleading for her to stop. "Please, Bet, this isn't worth it," he said desperately. But Bet was determined. "If I stop now, he'll just keep chasing me," she replied. Barry was about to say something else when a gunshot echoed through the area. Bet fell to the ground, and Barry turned to see the general holding a smoking gun. The man quickly passed out, and Barry rushed to Bet's side. He knelt beside her and asked if she was okay. Bet looked up at Barry, her eyes still filled with determination. "I'm fine," she said, her voice calm and steady. "And I'm ready for phase 2. Barry sighed in relief before becoming determined himself. "All right then," he said, "let's do this." He gently picked up Bet, who used her powers to turn her bulletproof vest into a bomb. "Hey Cisco," Barry said, speaking into his earpiece. "How fast do I need to be to run on water?" Cisco's voice crackled through the earpiece. "I'm running the calculations now. Give me a sec." But before Cisco could respond, another voice spoke up. "About Mach 1.5, Harrison Liebard said from his wheelchair in Star Labs. Assuming you can maintain that speed over the surface of the water without breaking the surface tension." Barry took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the responsibility on his shoulders. He began to run, and as he did, he felt a familiar presence beside him. He looked to his side and saw Myles, wearing his Tachyon costume, running alongside him. The two nodded at each other, and Myles took the bomb vest from Bet before running even farther ahead while Flash and Bet went to another area. Worry filled everyone's mind except Ebard as they watched Myles drop the vest before running back. It exploded in a massive burst of energy, creating a giant wave. Myles looks behind and quickly speeds up. Myles came back to Barry's side, panting. "Better when I said make it big, I didn't mean turn it to a nuke," he said. "Hey Barry, is my butt on fire?" Barry tries to hold his laugh as Myles shows his singed butt. Bet does the same but fails. "Oh ha ha, ha, very funny." Myles growled in annoyance. "That's karma, Myles," Barry said, earning a glare from the thief. "Shut it, Streak." He pouts before carrying Bet. "All right, let's get you some makeover." Wait, he knows how to do makeup?" Caitlin asked in the disbelief. Myles looks at Flash and said, "Well, later Flash, I'll steal some other time." With that they were gone, leaving Barry alone. The Streak checks his wallet and its contents before sighing relief, only to be replaced by horror as Myles came back. "I forgot this, thanks," the thief said, taking the hero's wallet. Barry's eye twitched and screams at Myles. Weeks pass by since the fiasco with Plastique and the General. Myles can be seen sitting on the same bench where he met Barry. The young man was busy eating a bucket of ice cream while ignoring the stares and the people recording him. He stops for a bit when he saw someone take a seat beside him and found it was Barry. "Hey, Barry," Myles said, smiling. "Hey, Myles," Barry replied, returning the smile. Myles offered the bucket of ice cream to Barry, saying, "Want some?" "It's really good." Barry shakes his head, "No thanks, I already had breakfast." Myles shrugged and continued to eat the ice cream in silence. After a few moments, Barry spoke up, "So, how are you doing?" Myles paused for a moment, looking down at the bucket of ice cream before meeting Barry's gaze. "I'm doing pretty good," Myles replies with a smile. "I mean, aside from being recognized everywhere I go. But I'm getting used to it." Barry chuckles, "Yeah, that's kind of what happens when you become a viral sensation." His mind questioning the logic of Myles somehow immune to brain freeze. Myles laughs, "Yeah, I guess you're right about that." They sit in comfortable silence for a moment before Barry speaks up again. "Listen, Myles. I just wanted to say that what you did for Bet, and for all of us, was really brave. I don't think we could have stopped Eiling without you." Myles shrugs, I just did what I had to do. And besides, it's not like I did it alone. You guys were there every step of the way, give yourself some credit, all I did was run off with a bomb." Barry nods, "Yeah, but still. You took a lot of risks and put yourself in danger. So I just wanted to say thank you." Myles grins, "Anytime, man. That's what friends are for, right?" Barry smiles back, "Right. And speaking of friends, how's Bet doing?" Myles leans back on the bench, "She's doing good. Her life is going well, and she's starting to get used to her power." Barry nods, "That's great to hear. And what about you? What's next for Myles?" Myles shrugs, "Who knows? Maybe I'll steal your job in the forensics." Barry laughs, "Hey, you never know. But in the meantime, maybe you should stick to just being a viral celebrity." Myles grins, "Yeah, maybe you're right. I don't think I could handle the responsibility of being a cop." "You know you can still quit, right?" Barry said. "Barry, just because I help people doesn't mean I'm quitting this lifestyle. You've got something to prove, but I don't, other than beating at your A game. I love my life." The Scarlet Speedster sighs. He was hoping to convince Myles to change and become his partner, but he failed. Seeing his depressing look, Myles lightened the mood. "Relax, dude, if it helps you feel any better, I have a day off and vacation days." "Since when do you guys have vacation days?" Barry asked. "How else are we gonna spend the money?" They both chuckle before Barry stands up. "Well, I gotta go. Duty calls and all that." Myles nods, "Yeah, I hear you. Good luck out there, Flash." Barry gives him a thumbs up. "Thanks, Myles. Take care of yourself, okay?" Myles nods as Barry walks away before turning back to his bucket of ice cream with a smile on his face. The Central City Bank was like any other bank in the city. It had marble floors, high ceilings, and massive vaults filled with money and valuables. The only difference was that tonight, it was Myles' target. Myles crouched on the roof of the building across from the bank, wearing his newly upgraded suit. He had spent the last few weeks improving his suit's capabilities, and it was now more durable and had new gadgets that he had built himself. "Show time," Myles muttered. The Central City Bank was quiet and deserted, the only sound coming from the footsteps of the guards patrolling the area. Suddenly, without warning, the guards found themselves being yanked into the air and bound to pipes or hanging from the ceiling by a silver blur. The blur came to a stop, revealing itself to be Myles in his newly upgraded Speed Force high-tech armor. The guards struggled and yelled, but Myles remained calm as he scanned the area for any security cameras or alarms. He found none, thanks to his meticulous planning and preparation. With a flick of his wrist, Myles retrieved a small device from his armor and placed it on the vault door. He tapped a few buttons and the device emitted a soft beeping sound before the door swung open. Myles stepped inside the vault and began scanning the content with his suit's built-in technology. He quickly found what he was looking for, a rare and valuable diamond. He retrieved it and tucked it safely into a small compartment in his armor. As he made his way back to the entrance, Myles heard a sudden noise coming from the main entrance. He paused and listened, realizing that he was not alone. He could hear the faint sound of footsteps getting closer and closer. Myles turns around, ready to face whoever it was, and sees Leonard Snart, also known as Captain Cold, walking towards him with his cold gun in hand. Well. What do we have here? If it isn't the new kid on the block, said Leonard Snart, also known as Captain Cold. Fancy suit, by the way. Myles glared at the villain, his armor glowing in the dim light of the bank. What are you doing here, Snart? Looking for a new pair of ice skates. Snart chuckled, pulling out his cold gun. I'm just here to do what I do best, kid. Get rich and have a little fun while doing it. Myles shook his head. Sorry, Snart. This is my turf now. You'll have to find somewhere else to play. As soon as Leonard Snart revealed himself, Myles knew he was in for a tough fight. Snart had a reputation as one of the most dangerous thieves in Central City, and his cold gun made him a formidable opponent. Myles knew that he would have to be careful with this man. This was the CW version, and this man wouldn't hesitate to get everyone involved. The two men circled each other warily, each looking for an opening. Snart was the first to strike. With a flick of his wrist, Snart fired a cold blast at Myles, but Myles was too quick for him. He dodged to the side and ran toward Snart, throwing a punch. The thief grunted as he took the blow. Myles was about to taunt him when the man fired another blast, but Myles ducked under it and landed a kick on Snart's leg. Myles dodged Leonard's initial shots with his blaster, but he wasn't expecting Snart to freeze the entire floor of the bank. The sudden slipperiness caught Myles off guard, and he nearly fell as he tried to regain his footing. Snart used the opportunity to fire a shot from his cold gun, but Myles managed to dodge it just in time. Snart laughed at his predicament, taunting him. Looks like you're not so fast on ice, kid. Myles gritted his teeth and charged at Snart, who fired several blasts of cold energy at him. Myles was able to dodge most of them, but a few hit his suit, making him stumble. You know, for someone called Captain Cold, you're not very good at this, Myles quipped, dodging another shot. Snart's expression turned cold, and he increased the intensity of his shots, trying to hit Myles at all costs. Myles, however, kept his cool and continued to dodge, using his speed to analyze and predict Snart's movements. The two foes continued their intense fight, with Snart using his cold gun to create obstacles and trap Myles while taunting him. Myles, on the other hand, relied on his speed and agility to dodge Snart's attacks and land a few hits of his own. Myles noticed that Snart was getting tired, his movements becoming sluggish. He knew that this was his chance to end the fight. Finally, Myles saw his chance. Snart fired a blast from his cold gun, but Myles was ready for it. He ducked under the blast and delivered a powerful punch to Snart's jaw. Snart staggered back, dazed, and Myles took the opportunity to land another blow. Snart went down hard, and Myles stood over him, triumphant. Snart fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Myles stood over him, breathing heavily. You should have stayed home tonight, Snart, he said with a smirk before turning to the guards he tied up. "Why are guys all right?" he asked, earning a few nods. "Good." In a blur, the thief grabbed the guards he had tied on the ceiling and put them back on the ground. "Well, nice doing business with you, but gotta go." The speedster then left the scene with the loot. Myles sat on the edge of his bed in his apartment, his speed suit in a pile on the floor beside him. He was tending to the cuts and bruises on his arms and face, wincing as he applied antiseptic to a particularly nasty gash on his cheek. He hears the familiar voice of Gideon. "Gideon, do you have any first aid suggestions?" Myles asked, hoping for some advice on how to heal faster. "Might I suggest not putting yourself in such dangerous situations?" Gideon replied in a stern voice. "You are becoming too reckless, Myles. Your overconfidence in your speed is clouding your judgment." Myles sighed and nodded in agreement. I know. I got a bit cocky. I won't let it happen again." "You have said that before, Myles," Gideon said, her tone stern. "I must remind you that you have a responsibility on how to use your powers. Do not forget that it was your curiosity that caused the destabilization of your cells. Which, I might add, are still in a state of repairing themselves." "Gideon, can you run a diagnostic on my suit?" he asked, wincing as he prodded at a particularly tender spot. "Of course, Myles," the AI responded, her voice sounding disapproving. "Scanning now," Gideon said. "There is some minor damage to the suit's exterior, but nothing that cannot be repaired. However, I must advise against engaging in any further activities, Myles." Myles finished tending to his wounds and then looked at Gideon. "Did I miss any spots?" Gideon sighed, but complied with his request. "You really are quite reckless, Myles." The RE scanned Myles' body and replied, "No, all your injuries have been properly attended to." Myles smiled in relief and stood up from the bed. "Thanks, Gideon. I owe you one." The young man was now on his desk, a pile of papers and schematics scattered around him. He was trying to come up with a new suit design that would be able to handle the sheer speed and power of the Speed Force. Gideon, the AI, stood by his side, processing the data and analyzing the blueprints. Myles let out a sigh of frustration and leaned back on his chair. He looked at Gideon and asked, "Do you have any idea on how to find the calcified Speed Force?" Gideon responded, "I'm sorry, Myles, but I do not possess any information on the location of the calcified Speed Force. It's a highly unpredictable and volatile substance." Myles shook his head in disappointment. "Well, I guess I'll have to do it the old-fashioned way," he said as he stood up from his chair. Gideon warned him, "Myles, entering the Speed Force in your current condition could make your condition worse. Your body may not be able to handle the stress and the energy output." But Myles was determined. He had to find the calcified Speed Force and figure out how to use its power to help him increase his speed and power. He nodded at Gideon and then ran out of Central City, sprinting towards the horizon. As he ran, he felt the familiar tingling sensation in his body, the rush of adrenaline and energy coursing through his veins. He pushed himself harder, faster, until he felt himself being sucked into the Speed Force. The world around him became a blur of colors and shapes, the sound of his own heartbeat pounding in his ears. He knew that the Speed Force was dangerous, but he had to take the risk. He raced through the Speed Force, searching for any sign of the calcified Speed Force. The energy was overwhelming, threatening to tear him apart, but he held on, pushing himself to the limit. After what felt like an eternity, he saw a faint glimmer of light in the distance. He focused on it, running towards it with all his might. As he got closer, he saw that it was a crystalline structure, pulsing with energy. He approached it cautiously, studying it from all angles. He reached out to touch it, and as soon as his fingers made contact, he felt a surge of power flow through him. He knew that he had found what he was looking for. Myles is about to take the calcified stone when suddenly he feels someone grab him by the shoulder and pull him backward. He stumbles and loses his balance, but as he regains his footing, he realizes that the entire surrounding area has transformed into his old home. Confused, he turns around and finds himself face to face with his grandfather, who had passed away years ago. Myles is stunned, realizing that this was not the real world but rather a manifestation of the Speed Force. Myles looked at his grandfather's form and commented, "I haven't seen your face for so long." "Thank you for taking his form." The Speed Force responded, "You're welcome, Myles. I am aware that you do not belong in this dimension. However, I am not bothered by what you are doing." Myles nodded. "Do you know who put me here in the CW dimension?" The Speed Force shook its head. "No, I do not. But I do know why you are here, and I have a test for you if you want the calcified Speed Force." Myles raised an eyebrow. "What kind of test?" The Speed Force replied, "You will have to race against my avatar. It is a trial that only the worthy can pass." Myles grinned. "Sounds like fun. Let's do it." Myles was caught off guard by the sudden roar that echoed through the dimension. He whirled around, only to see the terrifying sight of the black flash looming over him. Despite the gravity of the situation, Myles couldn't help but make a quip. "Well, I always knew I'd have to face death one day, but this is ridiculous," he joked nervously. The Speed Force, still in the form of his grandfather, didn't seem amused by Myles' attempt at humor. It made it clear that if he wanted to claim the calcified Speed Force, he would have to defeat its enforcer. Without hesitation, he got into a fighting stance, ready to face whatever came his way. The thief's body hummed with energy, powered by the Speed Force coursing through his veins. But before he could even move, the black flash was upon him. Myles barely had time to react, but he managed to dodge the speedster's initial attack. Black Flash was relentless, though, and kept coming at him with deadly speed. Myles found himself on the defensive, dodging and weaving as the Black Flash attacked with blinding speed. His heart pounded in his chest as he tried to keep up with the enforcer, his movements fueled by the very Speed Force he was trying to claim. As they circled each other, Myles realized that he was facing not only the Black Flash but also the raw power of the Speed Force itself. He knew that he would have to summon all his strength and skill if he hoped to emerge victorious from this battle. As Myles Walley, also known as Tachyon, found himself locked in combat with Black Flash within the confines of the Speed Force, he knew he was in for the fight of his life. The two speedsters were evenly matched, with each of them trading blows with ferocity and intensity. Despite his formidable skills and speed, Myles found himself at a disadvantage against Black Flash. He knew that as an undead entity, Black Flash was immune to pain and fatigue, making him an almost unstoppable force. Myles could feel the weight of the situation bearing down on him as he struggled to keep up with Black Flash's relentless attacks. As the battle raged on, Myles noted the damage he had already sustained. His costume was torn in several places, and his face was smeared with blood. Despite the injuries, however, he refused to back down. He was determined to stop Black Flash, no matter what it took. Myles tried every trick he knew to defeat his opponent, from throwing black and white lightning to using tornadoes and vacuums, but nothing seemed to be working. He even went with lethal force. Black Flash was simply too powerful and too skilled. As Myles fought on, he could feel the tension mounting within him. He knew that he was one of the few who could stop Black Flash, but he was starting to doubt his own abilities. Was he really strong enough to take on this undead speedster and emerge victorious? As Myles continued to battle Black Flash, he began to wonder about the true intentions of the Speed Force in putting him through this trial. Was it simply to test his abilities, or was there something more at play? In the heat of the moment, Myles narrowly avoided several instant death blows from Black Flash, his reflexes working on overdrive. He felt a surge of adrenaline course through his veins as he taunted the Reaper with a joke quote from Bugs Bunny. "Hey, Doc, what's up?" he quipped, dodging yet another blow from Black Flash. Myles knew that he couldn't afford to let his guard down for even a second. One wrong move could mean instant death, but he refused to give up. He was determined to beat Black Flash and emerge victorious, no matter what it took. As the battle continued, Myles tried to focus all of his energy and concentration on defeating his opponent. He knew that he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. One slip-up could be his downfall. Despite the overwhelming odds against him, Myles refused to give up. He continued to fight with all his might, using every trick he knew to try and outsmart Black Flash. The battle raged on, each blow more intense than the last, but Myles refused to back down. As the battle between Myles and Black Flash continued, Myles began to feel himself losing ground. He could feel his speed and strength waning, and he knew that he was in serious trouble. Despite his best efforts, Black Flash seemed to be gaining the upper hand. Desperate, Myles shifted tactics, relying on his wits and cunning to stay ahead of the Grim Reaper. He dodged and weaved, using every trick he could think of to stay one step ahead of Black Flash. As Myles continued to fight, he muttered under his breath, his words barely audible over the sound of their battle. "I'll drag you all the way to the end of time," he growled, his determination unwavering. But his plans were soon interrupted by a stern warning from the Speed Force itself. "Time travel is forbidden," it said, its voice echoing through the Speed Force. "Any attempt to do so will result in automatic failure." Myles gritted his teeth, frustrated by the limitations imposed upon him. He knew that he had to find another way to defeat Black Flash, but he was running out of options. The battle raged on, each blow more intense than the last, as Myles continued to fight with all his might. But he knew that time was running out. If he didn't find a way to win soon, he would be doomed to fail. Myles felt anger and frustration boiling up inside him as he continued to battle Black Flash. He couldn't help but feel like the test was rigged, like it was set up for him to fail. He muttered under his breath, "This is impossible. Why bother? Might as well stand still and take the killing blow." But as he looked at Black Flash, a mischievous grin formed on his face. Suddenly, Myles had an idea. He spread his arms wide and called out to his opponent. "Come and get me," he shouted, his voice echoing through the Speed Force. "You want me dead? Then come and take me." Black Flash hesitated, confused by Myles' sudden change in attitude. But Myles knew what he was doing. He was playing the long game, biding his time until the perfect moment presented itself. As Black Flash charged towards him, Myles braced himself for the impact. He could feel the Reaper's deadly aura closing in around him, but he refused to back down. He was determined to win this battle, no matter what it took. The two collided with a deafening roar, their bodies smashing together in a brutal clash of energy. But Myles held his ground, using every ounce of his strength to stay standing. He was determined to emerge victorious, no matter what the cost. Myles looked down at himself, confused that he was unharmed after the clash with Black Flash. But then he saw it, the calcified Speed Force, the Philosopher's Stone, was in his hand. As he examined the stone, a figure began to materialize before him. It was the Speed Force, taking the form of his grandfather. "Well done, my boy," the Speed Force said, its voice filled with pride. "You have succeeded where so many others have failed. You have embraced my enforcer, becoming one of the few to do so. Not even Barry Allen, my avatar, was able to accomplish such a feat. Myles smiled, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. He admitted that he had other ideas on how to beat the Reaper, but they were all Barry-ish. He found standing still and accepting death to be way cooler than trying to outrun it. Besides, everyone dies at some point, and he just wanted death to work for it. "Can I keep it now?" Myles asked, looking up at the Speed Force. The Speed Force nodded, granting him permission. With that, Myles ran out of the cosmic energy and back to his apartment, the Philosopher's Stone clutched tightly in his hand. As he collapsed onto his couch, Myles couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and accomplishment. He had faced down death itself and come out on top, proving himself to be a true master of the Speed Force. But as he held the Philosopher's Stone in his hand, he couldn't help but wonder what other secrets and powers it held. He knew that he would have to tread carefully, for such cosmic power could easily corrupt even the most well-intentioned of individuals. But for now, Myles allowed himself to bask in the glory of his victory. Myles spent the next few weeks secluded in his safe house, poring over every book he could find on physics, engineering, and robotics. He was determined to build the perfect Speed Force power armor, one that would give him an edge against any opponent, no matter how powerful. At first, Myles struggled with the intricacies of the technology, making mistake after mistake. He accidentally welded a piece of metal to the ceiling and had to use his powers to dislodge it, sending it flying across the room and nearly hitting his head. Another time, he miscalculated the pressure in one of the suit's hydraulic systems, causing it to malfunction and nearly knock him off his feet. But Myles was nothing if not persistent, and he refused to give up. He continued to work tirelessly, taking notes, making adjustments, and refining his designs. Finally, after weeks of hard work, the Mark.I suit was complete. The suit had a black and white color palette, with sleek lines and a streamlined design. The helmet featured several advanced features, including a heads-up display, night vision, and a built-in computer system with Gideon installed. Myles was thrilled with the result, and he couldn't wait to take it for a test run. Its appearance was heavily inspired by Iron Man, Savitar, and Ultron. He activated the suit systems and felt a surge of power as it came online. He ran out of his safe house and into the open sky, leaping off the rooftop and soaring into the clouds. He felt invincible as he ran along the tops of the clouds, the wind whipping past him. Myles pushed the suit to its limits, testing out its various systems and abilities. He found that he was somehow able to regain his ability to teleport without damaging his cells, which he dubbed shortcuts. He even discovered that he could become invisible to a normal human without vibrating. As Myles flew through the sky, he couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement and wonder. With the Mark.I suit, he had become something more than just a speedster. He was a god of speed, a force to be reckoned with. He knew that he had the power to take on anyone who stood in his way, and he was ready to do whatever it took to achieve his goals. Myles Walley ran through the streets, the wind whipping past him as he moved at lightning-fast speeds. His power armor, the Mark.I, hummed with energy as he drew upon the calcified Speed Force to enhance his already impressive speed and agility. The Philosopher's Stone embedded in the armor's chest plate glowed with pulsating energy, augmenting his abilities even further. His destination was a high-security envoy, which he planned to rob for valuable goods. As he approached the building, he noticed a commotion a few blocks away. A group of robbers on motorbikes were causing chaos, and he could see a familiar figure racing towards them. It was Barry Allen, the hero known as the Flash. Myles rolled his eyes in annoyance. He had a complicated relationship with the hero, and although they were friends, he found Barry's hero complex to be insufferable at times. Myles watched as Barry easily apprehended the robbers one by one, unmasking each one with a flick of his wrist. The last robber was revealed to be none other than Leonard Snart, also known as Captain Cold. Myles groaned in disappointment as he watched Barry rush off, leaving Snart and his group to escape. He muttered to himself about Barry's tendency to prioritize justice over common sense, before deciding to follow Snart and his crew to their hideout. He tracked them to an abandoned power plant on the outskirts of the city, where he found Leonard waiting for him with his cold gun at the ready. Myles tensed as he saw Leonard standing before him, his cold gun aimed directly at him. The two villains locked eyes, each sizing the other up, looking for weaknesses to exploit. Leonard was known for his cunning and his traps, while Myles relied on his speed and agility to outsmart his opponents. "You again," Leonard sneered. "I was hoping to deal with the Flash, but I suppose you'll do." Myles snorted. "Don't flatter yourself, Snart. I'm not here to play games." "Good, because neither am I," Leonard replied, a cruel grin spreading across his face. "You're outmatched, Tachyon. My cold gun can freeze anything, even your super speed." Myles rolled his eyes. "Please, you're not the first villain to try and take me down. I've faced worse than you and come out on top." The two circled each other, each waiting for the other to make the first move. Leonard fired a blast from his cold gun, but Myles was too quick, darting out of the way with lightning-fast reflexes. Myles retaliated with a flurry of punches, each one faster than the last. Leonard blocked them with his ice shields, his expression growing more and more frustrated with each passing second. "You're fast, I'll give you that," Leonard growled. "But you're not as smart as you think you are." Myles smirked. "You're not the first villain to say that either." The two continued to fight, each one trying to outsmart the other. Leonard set traps for Myles, but the speedster was always one step ahead. Myles used his speed to dodge Leonard's blasts, but the villain adapted quickly, changing his tactics to try and catch Myles off guard. As they fought, the two threw insults and taunts at each other, each one trying to get under the other's skin. It was a stalemate, neither one able to gain the upper hand. Leonard chuckled. "You're always so predictable, Tachyon. You always think you're faster than me. But you forget, I'm always one step ahead." He activated his cold gun, sending a blast of freezing cold air toward Myles. Myles dodged the blast with ease, moving at superhuman speeds as he circled around Leonard. "You'll have to do better than that, Snart. I'm faster than ever." Leonard grinned. "Oh, I know you're fast. But you can't outrun a trap." He pressed a button on a nearby control panel, and suddenly the floor beneath Myles' feet gave way. Myles fell into a trap, but he quickly used his speed to escape. Finally, they both took a pause from the fighting, each one breathing heavily from the exertion. Leonard's expression softened slightly, and he took a step toward Myles. "Listen, I know we're enemies, but I have a proposition for you," Leonard said, his voice low. Myles raised an eyebrow. "I'm listening." "I'm robbing a billionaire's collection tonight," Leonard continued. "And I could use someone with your skills. I'll split the profits with you 50-50. Myles considered the offer for a moment. He didn't trust Leonard, but the idea of robbing a billionaire intrigued him. He nodded slowly. "I'm in," Myles said. "But I want all the details first." Leonard grinned. "Trust me, you won't regret it." Ebad Thorne stood in his time vault, his attention focused on the container that had been used to trap Nimbus. The man from the future scowled as he examined the device, wondering how Myles, a man from the past, had managed to create such a cheap version of an advanced technology from his timeline. As he worked, his eyes drifted to the hologram display, which showed a newspaper headline about the Flash disappearing. But something was off. The image kept glitching, replaced by a new headline. It kept switching between Zoom, Red Death, Godspeed and Savitar fighting Myles as Central City falls apart. Eobard's eyes narrowed as he realized what was happening. Somehow, Myles was altering the timeline, changing the course of events in ways that even he, a master of time travel, could not predict. He began to piece together the implications of this new timeline, realizing that the changes Myles was making could have far-reaching consequences for the future. Eobard knew that he needed to take action to stop Myles before he could do any more damage to the timeline. With a determined look on his face, Eobard set to work, determined to find a way to stop Myles and protect the future. But he knew that the task would not be easy and that he would have to use all of his skills and knowledge to succeed. Myles and Leonard stood in the abandoned power plant, discussing the details of the collection they were planning to steal. Myles was only half listening, his thoughts on the man standing in front of him. Leonard, he remembered, was the one who had trapped Flash with his ice gun, until Felicity and the rest of Team Flash rescued him. And then there was the incident with the train, where Flash had only been able to save a few people. So, when are we gonna start? Myles asked, trying to bring the focus back to the task at hand. Leonard hesitated for a moment before answering. "I need to test something first," he said, his tone evasive. Myles felt a twinge of suspicion. He knew that Leonard was a slippery character, and he didn't like the sound of this. But he didn't say anything, just waited for Leonard to elaborate. But Leonard just shrugged, a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Don't worry about it, kid. It's just something I need to check out before we get started." Myles frowned, his instincts telling him that something wasn't right. But he decided to trust Leonard for now and kept his thoughts to himself. After all, he had his own reasons for wanting to pull off this heist. Myles sat in his hideout, waiting for Leonard's call, but as he waited, he couldn't help but be distracted by the news report playing in the background. It was about a man who had been frozen solid, and the video showed Flash trying and failing to save him. Myles shook his head in disappointment, wondering if Flash was ever going to learn that he couldn't save everyone. He couldn't help but feel frustrated. He had tried to talk to Flash about his hero complex before, but the hero always seemed to brush him off. Maybe it was time for him to go full villain and make his point. Myles took a deep breath and steeled himself for what was to come. He knew that things were about to get dangerous, but he was ready to do whatever it took to make his point. Finally, the phone rings and Myles answers it. "It's about time," he grumbles. "Patience is a virtue, my friend," Leonard's smooth voice replies on the other end. "Now, head over to the meeting spot. We're starting." Myles hangs up the phone and quickly dons his Mark-I suit. The sleek black and white armor hums to life as he activates its systems, enhancing his already incredible speed and agility to godlike levels. The suit is forged with the calcified speed force, making him virtually unstoppable. With a burst of speed, Myles leaves his safe house and heads towards the meeting spot. He can feel the wind rushing past him as he runs, and he can't help but smile. He loves the feeling of being faster than anyone else, of being able to outrun anything and everything. As he nears the meeting spot, he slows down and approaches Leonard, who is waiting for him with his cold gun at the ready. The two men stand in silence for a moment, sizing each other up. "Ready to do this?" Leonard asks finally. Myles nods. "Let's go steal some art." Myles and Leonard worked in perfect unison as they took down the guards on both sides of the building. Myles was amazed by Leonard's cunning and wit as he easily incapacitated the guards with his cold gun. They arrived at the room where the art collection was being held, and Leonard quickly made his way to the paintings while Myles kept watch. As Leonard grabbed the loot, he made a snarky comment about this being the fastest heist in his record. Myles couldn't help but chuckle at Leonard's attitude, but he was distracted by the clock on the wall. 3, 2, 1, Myles whispered under his breath, knowing that the Flash would arrive any second. Sure enough, the Flash appeared, looking at them both with a disapproving glare. Myles waved a friendly greeting to the hero, but Barry ignored him and focused his attention on Leonard. Myles couldn't help but roll his eyes at Barry's hero complex, but he knew that he had to be careful around the Flash since he looks pissed at the moment. Barry's eyes were fixed on Myles as he spoke, his voice laced with anger. "How could you side with a killer like Snart?" he demanded. Myles shrugged, seemingly unconcerned. "He offered me a good loot," he replied. Barry shook his head in disbelief. "The Tachyon I knew wouldn't involve killing innocent people," he argued. Snart let out a cruel laugh. "You don't know Tachyon at all," he sneered. Constantly robbing banks like he does, the crime syndicates are upping their weapons to kill him. It won't be long before there's a war. Myles crossed his arms over his chest. "I don't care about your personal vendetta with Snart, Barry," he said, his tone defiant. "I'm just here for the loot." Barry's jaw clenched. "You're not seeing the bigger picture, Myles," he said, his voice low. "If Snart gets away with this, it'll only embolden him and others like him to commit more crimes, to kill more innocent people." Myles didn't flinch. "I'm not responsible for the actions of others," he said coolly. Barry's eyes blazed with fury. "You're not just a thief, Myles," he spat. "You have powers, the ability to make a real difference. But you're wasting it, siding with scum like Snart." Myles met his gaze, his expression unreadable. "I do what I want with my powers, Barry," he said calmly. "I don't owe anyone anything." Barry opened his mouth to reply, but before he could say anything, a loud alarm blared, signaling the arrival of the police. This distraction costs him as Myles grabs Barry by the neck and lifts him off the ground. Myles feels the adrenaline rushing through his veins as he holds Barry up with one hand, the speedster struggling only amusing him further. Joe enters the scene, gun drawn and ready to shoot. Myles smirks, knowing bullets won't do anything to him in his Mark-I suit, and ignores Joe's constant shooting. He turns to Leonard, "Go. I'll meet you at the rendezvous point." Leonard hesitates, looking back and forth between Myles and Joe. "What about you?" Myles smirks. "I can handle myself." "Now go." With a final nod, Leonard leaves the room, leaving Myles and Barry alone. Myles begins to walk, dragging Barry with him. "Let's go for a walk, Flash," he says calmly. Barry tries to struggle free once more, but Myles' grip is too strong. They disappear into one of Myles' shortcuts, leaving Joe behind. As they watch the monitor, Cisco's eyes widen in shock. What the hell is happening to Barry? Caitlin looked at him with concern. "Is he okay?" "I don't know," Cisco replied, "but according to the scanner, he's constantly appearing and disappearing all over Central City. He doesn't have the speed to do that." Ebard in his Harrison persona remained quiet, but leaned forward in his wheelchair towards the screen, fascinated and worried at the same time. "Cisco's right," Ebard finally spoke up. "Barry's not fast enough to do that. It's impossible." "It's Myles." "Myles?" Caitlin asked, confused. Ebard nodded, "Yes. He's gained the ability of teleportation somehow. This changes everything." As they continued to watch in horror and fascination, the scene of focus suddenly changed. The next thing they saw was Myles dragging Barry inside the Speed Force, leaving the team at Star Labs in shock and uncertainty about Barry's fate. Myles drags a struggling Flash inside the Speed Force, the hero managing to slip out of his grip for a moment before Myles overwhelms him with his incredible speed and teleportation abilities. Barry tries to fight back, but Myles proves to be too strong and agile, throwing him around like a ragdoll. Flash is slammed into a bus, his body bouncing off the metal with a loud clang as glass shatters around him. Before Barry can react, Myles is on him again, hurling him towards a metal statue with incredible force. The statue topples over and Barry crashes to the ground, stunned. He feels a sharp pain in his ribs as he struggles to get back up, but before he can, Myles throws him across a field before appearing in front of him, delivering a swift kick to the face. Barry tumbles to the ground, his head spinning. Myles grabs him by the neck once again and drags him around like a ragdoll, throwing him against walls and structures as he pleases. He's dragged across a dock, his body scraping against the rough surface as Myles continues to toy with him. Finally, he's dropped to the ground, gasping for breath as Myles stands over him, a smug smile on his face. Myles asks Barry if he had enough, his voice laced with a hint of amusement as he looks down at the broken and battered hero. Barry grits his teeth, refusing to give up even in the face of defeat. "I can do this all day," Barry responds through gritted teeth, his determination evident. Myles laughs, shaking his head at the hero's stubbornness. "I don't have all day, Flash. This will be the last time I remind you as your friend. Either you get faster or you get left behind with everything you love stolen." Barry's eyes widen at the mention of his loved ones, but he refuses to give Myles the satisfaction of seeing him break. "I'll never let you get away with this," he growls, struggling to stand despite his broken legs. "That's the spirit. Good luck on stopping me, Flash." Myles chuckles, giving Barry a final mocking wave before disappearing in a flash of light. Barry is left alone on the docks, his body bruised and broken, but his spirit unbroken as he vows to stop Myles. Myles sat calmly in the dimly lit room, surrounded by men in tuxes. The leader, a burly man with a scowl on his face, stood before him, a knife in his hand. "All right, Mr. Walley," the leader said, his voice rough and gravelly. "We know you've been stealing from us. Where have you hidden all the money?" Myles just grinned. "Money? What money? I thought you guys were just showering me with gifts. You know, like Santa Claus, but with more guns." The men in tuxes didn't seem amused, but Myles just chuckled to himself. The leader's expression darkened. "We're not playing games here, Wally. We want our money back, and we want it now." Myles shrugged. "Sorry, fellas, but I can't help you there. I may be a thief, but I'm not a genie. I don't just pop out of a lamp and grant wishes." The leader slammed his knife down on the table, inches away from Myles' hand. "You're not making this easy for yourself, Wally. Where is the money?" Myles just laughed. "You know, for guys in fancy suits, you sure are bad at finding things. Maybe you need a new hobby, like stamp collecting or something." The men in tuxes were getting angrier by the minute, but Myles just kept grinning. Suddenly, the lights in the room began to flicker, causing the men to look around nervously. Myles leaned back in his chair, still grinning. "Looks like someone needs to pay their electric bill. Or maybe the ghost of Christmas past is trying to contact us." The leader glared at him. "This isn't a joke, Wally. You're going to tell us where the money is, or things are going to get very unpleasant for you." Myles just smirked. "You know what? I think I'll take my chances. You guys can keep the change. It'll make a nice addition to your piggy bank." As he spoke, the lights in the room flickered again, and then went out completely, plunging the room into darkness. The men in tuxes were caught off guard, but Myles just chuckled to himself. The boss watched in horror as Myles effortlessly took down his men. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. This young man was a force to be reckoned with, and he had no idea who he was dealing with. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice shaking with fear. Myles just smiled at him, the same knife he had been playing with earlier now pressed against the boss's throat. "I already told you, didn't I? My name is Myles Walley. But you can call me Tachyon, if you want." The boss swallowed hard. "What are you? Some kind of meta-human?" Myles just shrugged. "Something like that. Look, I don't really have time for small talk. I came here for a reason." He pulled the knife away from the boss's throat and hopped down from the table. "You see, the neighborhood has been a little noisy lately. And I have a feeling that has something to do with your gang and the other mafia groups in Central City. I want the names of every leader, every member. I want to know who's causing all the trouble." The boss hesitated, but one look at Myles's cold, determined eyes made him realize he had no choice. He rattled off the names of all the major players in the city, and Myles listened intently, committing each name to memory. As he turned to leave, he paused for a moment, looking back at the boss still tied to the chair. "Oh, and one more thing. Don't bother me again. You won't like what happens if you do." And with that, Myles rammed the same knife he had been playing with into the boss's leg, sending him screaming in pain. He turned and walked out of the room, leaving the chaos behind him. Myles knew that this was just the beginning. There was still so much more he had to do, so much more he had to accomplish. But he was ready for whatever came his way. With his powers and his wits, he knew he could handle anything that the city could throw at him. Myles ran through the streets of Central City, his mind racing as he replayed the events of the past few hours in his head. It had started out as a typical day, with him giving out money to the homeless and helping out where he could. But then the gangs and the mafia had started shooting at each other, and he had been forced to intervene. He had taken them all out easily, his super speed and agility making him virtually untouchable. But then he had stumbled upon a scene that had brought back memories he had long tried to suppress. An elderly man lay on the ground, bleeding from a gunshot wound. A little girl, no more than 6 years old, was kneeling beside him, tears streaming down her face as she hugged his lifeless body. Myles had felt something inside him break at the sight. Memories of his own childhood trauma had flooded back, and he had been powerless to stop them. He had knelt down beside the little girl and tried to comfort her as best he could, but the damage had already been done. Now, as he looked back to where the shootout had taken place, he couldn't help but feel a sense of anger and frustration. This was his city, and he would do whatever it took to protect it. But he knew that the battle was far from over. The gangs and the mafia were still out there, still causing chaos and destruction. Myles took a deep breath and steeled himself for what was to come. He would need all of his strength and all of his powers to take down these criminals once and for all. And he was ready for whatever lay ahead. The leaders of the various gangs and mafias of Central City sat around a table, their faces drawn with worry and frustration. They had been discussing the problem of the thief Tachyon for hours, but they had yet to come up with a solution. "He's just like the Flash," one of them said, his voice filled with anger. "He's too fast for us to catch. We need to find a way to slow him down. Maybe we could set a trap for him," another suggested. "Something that would catch him off guard and give us the upper hand." But even as they spoke, they knew that their plans were doomed to fail. Tachyon was too quick, too agile. He could outrun them without breaking a sweat, and he seemed to be able to anticipate their every move. As the meeting dragged on, the leaders grew more and more frustrated. They knew that they couldn't let Tachyon continue to disrupt their operations, but they didn't know how to stop him. Finally, one of them stood up, his face twisted in anger. "We need to take more drastic measures," he said. "We need to remove him from the equation altogether." The others nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with malice. They knew that this would be a dangerous move, but they were desperate. They couldn't afford to let Tachyon continue to undermine their authority. But even as they made their plans, they knew that they were up against a force that they could not hope to defeat. Tachyon was a speedster, a god among men. And nothing they could do would be able to stop him. The news anchor's voice boomed through the television. Breaking news! The Central City Police Department has reported that an upcoming war is brewing between the notorious supervillain, Tachyon, and the city's major crime families. Our sources say that this conflict could result in catastrophic consequences for the city. Stay tuned as we bring you live coverage of this developing situation. The reporters are on the streets, asking the citizens of Central City about their thoughts on the matter. One woman, a mother with a young child, expressed her fear for their safety in the midst of the conflict. "It's scary to think that we could be caught in the crossfire," she said, her voice shaking slightly. "I just hope the authorities can do something to stop this before it's too late." Another man, however, defended Tachyon, saying, "Sure, he's a thief, but he's also taken down some of the worst criminals in the city. Maybe he's doing what the police can't." One reporter stops a middle-aged man who is on his way to work and asks him what he thinks about the war. The man shakes his head and says, "It's a mess. This city has always been a mess. And now it's just getting worse." Another reporter stops a young woman who is out shopping and asks her if she's scared about the war. She shrugs and says, "I'm not scared. I mean, yeah, it's not great, but it's not like we haven't had to deal with stuff like this before. And besides, Tachyon is on our side, right?" The reporter raises an eyebrow and asks, "Tachyon? The notorious thief? How can you say he's on our side?" The woman laughs and says, "Look, I don't condone stealing, but the guy's got style. And he's always sticking it to the bad guys. Plus, have you seen him in action? He's like the Flash, only cooler." One woman, a small business owner, expresses her frustration. "I understand that he's trying to help, but at what cost? My store was robbed just last week. How am I supposed to run my business when someone like Tachyon is out there, stealing from hard-working people?" A man next to her interjects, "But what about the crime families? They're the ones causing all the problems in the first place. Tachyon is just trying to level the playing field." Others in the crowd nod in agreement, but a woman wearing a Flash t-shirt speaks up, "But the Flash has always been our hero. He's never resorted to violence or theft. Why can't Tachyon be more like him?" The debate rages on, with some even arguing about who's faster, Flash or Tachyon. A man in a Flash costume jumps into the fray, insisting that the Flash is the fastest man alive and no one can beat him. But a group of Tachyon supporters shout back, claiming that their favorite speedster is just as fast, if not faster. Myles continued his one-man war against the underworld of Central City, taking down each gang and mafia one by one with his incredible speed and agility. The sound of bullets firing and screams of fear and agony filled the streets as he moved faster than anyone could follow. He was like a blur of black and white, darting through alleys and jumping over buildings with ease. The thugs tried to keep up, but they were no match for his godlike speed. Myles mocked them with his puns and jokes as he effortlessly dodged their bullets and made after-images with side jumps, sending them all crashing into walls and onto the ground with accurate punches and kicks. To him, everything seemed to move in slow motion as he moved faster than the eye could see. Myles' one-man war continued, showing him taking on group after group of criminals across the city. He left each of them broken and paralyzed, unable to stop him or even slow him down. The underworld had no defense against his incredible speed, and their plans to stop him with metahumans or high-tech gadgets proved to be futile. The gang and mafia leaders had tried to come up with plans to stop him, using metahumans and high-tech gadgets to try to slow him down, but it was all in vain. Myles was too fast for them to even touch, let alone stop. Throughout it all, Myles remained calm and collected, his confidence growing with each victory. He was sending a message to the underworld that he was in control now, and that they would have to learn to live with his presence in the city. Barry is sitting in the cortex, staring at the screens with a worried expression on his face. Cisco, Caitlin, and Wells are all gathered around him, trying to figure out what's going on. Barry, do you think we should be worried about Tachyon? Cisco asks, looking at Barry with concern. I don't know, Cisco, Barry replies. He's always been a bit of a wild card, but lately, he's been getting more aggressive. Caitlin nods in agreement. It's like he's trying to prove something. But what? Well, it could be that he's just trying to establish himself as a major player in the criminal underworld, Wells suggests. Or it could be something else entirely. Barry shakes his head. I don't know what it is, but I do know that we need to keep an eye on him. He's dangerous, and he's getting more dangerous by the day. Cisco nods in agreement. Yeah, but what can we do? He's faster than you, Barry, and you're the fastest man alive. Barry sighs. I know, but we can't just sit here and do nothing. We have to find a way to stop him before he does something he can't take back. As the team continues to discuss their options, Barry can't help but think back to the last time he saw Myles. It was during his encounter with Snart, and Myles had sided with the criminal. He had even broken Barry's legs, leaving him helpless. Barry couldn't help but feel conflicted. On one hand, Myles had been a friend to him, albeit a strange one. On the other hand, he was now a dangerous villain who needed to be stopped. As the conversation in Star Labs continues, Barry can't help but wonder what the future holds for Myles, and for himself. Myles Walley, aka Tachyon, had just caught a member of a local gang who was trying to collect the bounty on his head. He held the gang member by the leg, dangling him off the side of a 10-story building. Now, listen here, buddy, Myles said in his usual casual tone. I'm gonna drop you if you don't tell me who's running this manhunt to take me out. The gang member's eyes widened in fear as he looked down at the pavement below. I don't know, man, I swear, he stammered. We were just hired to bring you in, that's all. Myles rolled his eyes. Come on, dude. You expect me to believe that you're just following orders without knowing who's giving them? The gang member shook his head frantically. No, I swear, I really don't know. Myles paused for a moment, then grinned mischievously. Well, I guess there's only one way to find out if you're telling the truth. He began to tilt the gang member downwards, causing him to scream in terror. Okay, I'll tell you, or the gang member cried out. It was some guy named Big Tony, he's the one who hired us. Myles smirked, pulling the gang member back up to safety. See? That wasn't so hard now, was it? The gang member was shaking with fear and relief. Thank you so much, he said. Myles gave him a casual wave. No problem, man. As he sped off, leaving the gang member to catch his breath, Myles couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Being a villain had its perks, and scaring the living daylights out of people was definitely one of them. As Myles Walley was speeding away from the scene, he noticed that he was being followed by someone. It didn't take long for him to recognize the figure keeping pace with him as Barry Allen, aka The Flash. Well, look who's here, Myles said with a smirk. What brings you to this part of town, Barry? Barry gave him a stern look. You know exactly why I'm here, Myles. You can't keep terrorizing the city like this. Myles rolled his eyes. Relax, Barry. I'm just having a little fun. Besides, I'm not hurting anyone who doesn't deserve it. Barry shook his head. That's not the point. You're breaking the law and putting innocent people in danger. Myles raised an eyebrow. Coming from a guy who wears a red suit and runs around breaking the sound barrier? Give me a break, man. Barry chuckled. Touché. But seriously, Myles, what's going on? Why did you start this war with the underworld? Myles sighed. It's complicated, Barry. Let's just say I have my reasons. Barry shook his head. You can't just take the law into your own hands, Myles. You're better than this. Myles scoffed. Am I? It's not like anyone's gonna give me a break just because I'm a speedster. They see me as a threat, so I gotta be the one in control. Barry looked at him sympathetically. I know it's tough, Myles. But that doesn't mean you have to become a killer. You can use your powers for good. Myles snorted. Yeah, right. Like I haven't tried that before. You know how it is, Barry. People are afraid of us. They see us as freaks, or worse, as weapons. We're never gonna be accepted as heroes. So why even bother trying? Barry sighed. I understand, Myles. But I'm still gonna have to stop you if you keep causing trouble. Myles smirked. Good luck with that, Barry. You know you can't catch me. Barry glanced down at his leg, which was still healing from a recent injury. Maybe not right now. But I'll get you eventually, Myles. I always do. Myles laughed as he sped away. Yeah, we'll see about that, Flash. As Myles sped away, the focus shifted to Big Tony, a heavy-set man with a bald head and a thick beard. He wore a black leather jacket with several gold chains around his neck, and his arms were covered in tattoos. Big Tony sat at the bar with a few of his men, laughing and drinking. Suddenly, the glasses on the table began to shake, and the drink started floating in the air. A low rumble filled the room, and the men looked around in confusion. Boss, one of them said nervously. I think we got a problem. Big Tony stood up, his eyes narrowing. What the hell is going on? Suddenly, a blur appeared in the room, and the men were thrown back as a powerful gust of wind swept through the bar. The blur coalesced into Myles, who stood in the center of the room, crackling with energy. Okay, boys, Myles said with a grin. Time to play. The men rushed at him, but Myles was too fast for them. He dodged their blows with ease, his movements a blur as he weaved in and out of their attacks. In slow motion, Myles took down each man one by one, his movements fluid and graceful. He punched one in the gut, sending him flying across the room. He grabbed another by the wrist and twisted his arm until he cried out in pain. He kicked a third in the face, knocking him out cold. Finally, only Big Tony was left standing. He glared at Myles, his fists clenched. You're dead, speedster, he growled. Myles just chuckled. Oh, I don't think so, Big Tony. I've got bigger plans for you. And with that, Myles sped forward, his fists glowing with energy. The last thing Big Tony saw was a blur of white and black before he was knocked unconscious. Myles dragged Big Tony's unconscious body into a dimly lit room, tossing him onto a chair. Come on, wake up, big guy, Myles muttered, slapping Big Tony's face lightly. I need some information from you. Big Tony groaned and opened his eyes, blinking blearily. What the hell happened? He mumbled. You got knocked out, Tony, Myles said. And now you're going to tell me everything I want to know. Big Tony scowled. I ain't telling you nothing, Dot. Myles just smiled. Oh, I think you will. Unless you want everyone to know about your little arrangement with the police. Big Tony's eyes widened in fear. What are you talking about? Myles leaned in close, his eyes gleaming. I know all about it, Tony. You've been feeding information to the cops for months. And if you don't tell me what I want to know, I'll make sure everyone finds out. Big Tony swallowed hard, sweat beading on his forehead. Okay, fine. What do you want to know? Myles grinned. Who's running the next meeting of the gang leaders and dons? Big Tony hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. It's at the old warehouse on 4th and Elm. But that's all I know, I swear. Myles nodded. Good enough. Thanks for playing, Tony. He turned to leave, but Big Tony called out to him. Hey, wait. You gonna let me go now? Myles just smirked. Sorry, Tony. I can't have you running to the cops before I'm ready. But don't worry, I'll make sure you're taken care of. And with that, Myles left the room, leaving Big Tony tied up and helpless. The old warehouse on 4th and Elm was a rundown, abandoned building in the heart of the city's seedy underbelly. It was surrounded by a chain-link fence topped with barbed wire, and guarded by armed men stationed at every entrance. Inside, the dons and gang leaders were gathered around a table, deep in discussion about how to rid themselves of the troublesome Tachyon. We need a new approach, said Don Salvatore, his voice smooth and professional. Clearly, our previous methods have not worked. This Tachyon is proving to be more of a challenge than we anticipated. One of the gang leaders, a scruffy man with a thick Brooklyn accent, snorted. No kidding, Don. That guy is like a freaking tornado. How the hell are we supposed to stop him? Another gang leader, a young woman with brightly colored hair, chimed in. Maybe we need to hit him where it hurts. Take out his loved ones or something. Don Salvatore shook his head. That won't work. Tachyon is a loner. He doesn't have any loved ones that we know of. A third gang leader, a burly man with a thick beard, spoke up. Maybe we need to take out his powers somehow. Don Salvatore nodded thoughtfully. Yes, that's a possibility. But how do we do that? None of us have the resources to take on someone like Tachyon. Myles burst into the warehouse, his armor glowing as he moved at supersonic speed. The criminals were taken aback, but quickly recovered and opened fire on him. Myles deftly dodged their bullets, weaving in between them effortlessly. He charged forward, his fists glowing with power, and struck the first thug in his way. The thug was sent flying back, his body slamming against the concrete wall and falling to the ground unconscious. Myles moved on to the next thug, dodging his blows and delivering a swift punch to the jaw that sent him staggering back. The others tried to surround him, but Myles was too fast. He moved between them, landing quick blows and taking them down one by one. Finally, Myles reached the dons and the gang leaders. They tried to negotiate with him, but Myles was having none of it. He bound them all to their chairs with metal cords, leaving them helpless. Nice try, fellas, Myles said, smirking at them. Tachyon left the room for a few minutes, leaving the bound dons and gang leaders to ponder their fate. When he returned, he had a small stack of pictures in his hand. He walked up to each of them, holding up the photos of their families or lovers. Recognize any of these faces? Tachyon asked, smirking as the dons and gang leaders looked at the pictures in shock. That's right. I know who your families and lovers are. And I also know where they live. So, if you want to keep them safe, you'll do as I say. He then walked to a corner of the room and pulled back a top, revealing a massive stack of cash. It was piled high, nearly touching the ceiling, and looked like the Empire State Building had been compressed into a single room. And this? Tachyon said, gesturing to the cash. This is what you've been fighting over? This is what you've been killing each other for? Money? It's just paper. It's meaningless. The Dons and gang leaders looked on in stunned silence as Tachyon continued. You guys are so predictable, Tachyon said with a smirk. You think you can control me with fear and money, but you forget that I have something you don't. Tachyon walks around the room with a lighter in his hand, looking at the faces of the bound Dons and gang leaders. You thought I was here to take your money, your drugs, and your power. You thought I was a desperate criminal like you all. But you guys don't get it, he says, his voice rising. You can't win a war against me. And if you try, you'll just end up losing everything you hold dear. I don't steal because I need the money. I steal because I want to. Because it's fun. Because it's a challenge. And because I can. He pauses for a moment, looking at the stack of cash piled up like the Empire State Building, but you need that money. You need it to maintain your power, your status. And that's where I have you. Tachyon walks over to the stack of cash and picks up a lighter. He holds it up to the money, letting the flames dance over his face. Smoke. Tachyon stood there, watching their reactions with a cold expression. You see, money doesn't mean anything to me, he said, his voice filled with a sense of finality. But for you, it's everything. It's the root of all your power, your control. And you had a lot of it. But now, he flicks the lighter, and a small flame shoots out. Now, you have nothing. And that's the point. He drops the lighter onto the pile of burning cash, and it ignites in a burst of flames. The Dons and gang leaders scream in horror as they watch their money burn before their eyes. Tachyon turns to them, his eyes hard and cold. You want to stop me from stealing? Stop creating the demand, he continued. Money comes and goes, but legacy lasts forever. And you think that your legacy is built on money and power. But you're wrong. Legacy is built on what you leave behind, what people remember you for. And what will people remember you for? Being a bunch of greedy criminals who would do anything for money? That's not a legacy, that's a disgrace. Tachyon turns to leave, but not before delivering a final warning. If any of you come after me again, I won't be so merciful next time. Remember that. With that, he disappears into the night, leaving the Dons and gang leaders in shock and horror, unable to comprehend what was happening before their eyes. As the news played on the TV in the lab, the members of Team Flash listened intently. The anchor was reporting on a strange phenomenon occurring in Central City. Reports were coming in that random gangs and mafias were leaving the city in droves. It was a bizarre turn of events, and the members of Team Flash couldn't help but feel a sense of confusion and worry wash over them. What's going on here? Cisco exclaimed, his eyes glued to the TV screen. I don't know, Caitlin said, her brow furrowed in concern. But it can't be good. Barry sat silently, his mind racing as he tried to make sense of what was happening. He couldn't shake the feeling that his friend, Myles Walley, was behind this somehow. He had always been a bit of a wild card, but this was something else entirely. He had fought Myles before, but he had never seen him act with such calculated purpose. Barry, what do you think? Joe asked, turning to the speedster. I don't know, Barry said, his voice low and troubled. But I have a bad feeling about this. They all sat in silence for a few moments, listening as the news anchor continued to report on the exodus of gangs and mafias from Central City. It was a strange and unsettling turn of events, and the more they heard, the more confused and worried they became. What is Myles planning? Barry finally spoke up, his voice laced with frustration and concern. He's always been a bit of a loose cannon, Caitlin offered. But this is something else entirely. We need to find out what he's up to. I'll do some digging, Cisco said, pulling up his computer. See if I can find any leads on what he's planning. Barry nodded, his mind already racing with possibilities. He knew that Myles was dangerous, but this was something else entirely. He couldn't help but feel that they were all in danger, and that Myles was the only one who could help them. It was a strange and unsettling feeling, and one that he couldn't shake. As the members of Team Flash continued to speculate and worry, the city around them buzzed with an uneasy tension. No one knew what was happening, but they all sensed that something big was on the horizon. The fate of Central City hung in the balance, and only time would tell what Myles Walley had in store. Myles strolled through Central City, feeling particularly good about himself. He was in a playful mood and couldn't help but goof around as he walked. Here are for comedic moments about Myles doing something funny. As he walked down the street, Myles suddenly burst into a goofy dance, twirling around and singing to himself. Passers-by couldn't help but stare and laugh as he danced his way down the street. Myles stopped at a hot dog stand and proceeded to order a ridiculous amount of hot dogs, stacking them all up on top of each other before devouring them in one go. The hot dog vendor stared in amazement as Myles chomped away, enjoying his little moment of indulgence. As he walked through the park, Myles spotted a group of children playing and couldn't resist joining in. He ran around with them, playing tag and pretending to be a superhero, much to the delight of the kids. Myles spotted an ice cream truck and immediately made a beeline for it. He proceeded to order every flavor on the menu, creating a towering ice cream sundae that he then proceeded to devour with relish. As Myles was enjoying his playful mood, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of Leonard Snart's voice calling out to him. Myles turned to see the infamous villain standing a few feet away, a look of disdain on his face. There was a silent tension between them, like two predators sizing each other up. Snart finally broke the silence. "What are you up to, Tachyon?" Myles simply shrugged, "Just having a little fun." "What brings you to Central City, Captain Cold?" Snart narrowed his eyes. "I heard about what you did. Burning all that money in front of the crime families. You've got guts, I'll give you that." Myles grinned. "Thanks, I try my best." Snart's expression turned serious. "But be careful. You're playing with fire, and you don't want to get burned." Myles simply laughed. "Relax, Snart. I know what I'm doing." The two stood there for a moment, the tension between them palpable, before Snart finally turned and walked away. Myles watched him go, his playful mood still intact. He knew he was playing a dangerous game, but he couldn't help but feel invincible in that moment. Like a cat toying with a mouse, he knew he had the upper hand, and nothing could stop him. Myles sat in his dimly lit lair, listening to his favorite genre of music, funk. He tapped his foot and nodded his head along with the beat, his mind at ease for the moment. Suddenly, he heard commotion coming from outside. He could hear people shouting and screaming, and glass breaking. He stood up, taking off his headphones, and looked out of the window. He could see a group of people inside the bank, fighting each other and destroying everything in their path. Myles immediately knew he had to intervene, so he quickly suited up in his Tachyon armor and sped over to the bank. As he arrived, he saw the people still brawling, completely unaware of his presence. Myles couldn't help but find the situation amusing, so he decided to have a bit of fun. He started moving around them at super speed, dodging their punches and kicking them in their backsides. The people were completely confused and disoriented, unable to keep up with Myles' lightning-fast movements. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the chaos. "Stop right there, Tachyon." Myles turned around to see Flash standing there, arms crossed, with a stern look on his face. Myles grinned, knowing exactly what was coming next. "You're under arrest, Tachyon," Barry said, taking out a device that Cisco had given him. "I know what you're thinking, and it's not what it looks like," Myles said, grinning challengingly at Barry. "But it's not what it looks like. I'm actually stopping these people from hurting each other." Barry's skeptical expression remained, but he eventually accepted that Myles was telling the truth. He knew that Myles had a complicated moral code and often helped heroes when it was necessary. However, Barry still couldn't let him go completely, so he chased after Myles as he made a run for it. The two speedsters raced through the city streets, dodging cars and pedestrians, and weaving in and out of alleys. Myles was enjoying the chase, his heart racing with adrenaline. He loved the thrill of the chase and the excitement of outsmarting his opponent. But he knew that he couldn't let Barry catch him, not yet. He came to a stop at the edge of the city, turning to face Barry. "Come on, Barry," Myles taunted, grinning challengingly. "Catch me if you can." With that, Myles took off at super speed, leaving Barry in his dust. Barry knew that he would have to keep an eye on Myles, especially now that he was becoming more and more unpredictable. As the action unfolded in Central City, the team at Star Labs were monitoring the situation closely. Cisco was confident in the new technology he had created to help Barry stop Myles, but Harrison Wells warned him about being overconfident. "Cisco, I know you're excited about this new tech, but don't get ahead of yourself," Wells cautioned him. Caitlin was also skeptical about Barry's chances of catching Myles. "He's so much faster than Barry, how can we possibly catch him?" she asked. But Wells reassured her that this time, they had the upper hand. He had recreated the speed dampener and made modifications to it that would make it even more effective against Myles. "Caitlin, Cisco, we have the technology to stop him. This time, we will catch him," he said confidently. Both Caitlin and Cisco nodded in agreement, impressed by Wells' intelligence and strategic thinking. They respected him for his vast knowledge and ability to come up with solutions to seemingly impossible problems. "Of course, Dr. Wells. We trust your judgment," Cisco said respectfully. Caitlin added, "Yes, we know you always have a plan." Wells gave a small smile, grateful for the respect and trust his colleagues had in him. He knew they relied on him to lead them in situations like this, and he would not let them down. Together, they continued to monitor the situation and prepare for Myles' next move, confident in their ability to stop him. Myles and Barry ran through the streets of Central City, their super speed creating a blur as they raced towards their destination. The wind whipped past them, and the city lights streaked by like shooting stars. Barry's face was set in concentration as he tried to catch up to Myles, who was in the lead. He could feel his heart pounding in his chest, and his legs were burning with exertion. But he was determined to catch his friend and bring him to justice. As they raced through the city, Myles suddenly slowed down and allowed Barry to catch up. Barry was surprised and wary, not sure what Myles was up to. Myles grinned at him and pointed to the device he was holding. "I see you're using Cisco's new toy, Barry. It's slowing me down a bit, but you're still not fast enough to catch me." Barry was taken aback by Myles' words. He had been so sure that he would be able to catch him with the new device Cisco had made for him. He glanced down at the device, wondering what he was doing wrong. Myles noticed Barry's confusion and chuckled. "Don't worry, Barry, it's not your fault. The device is great, but it's not enough to stop me." Barry looked at him skeptically. "What do you mean it's not enough? It's supposed to be a speed dampener." Myles shook his head. "It's only slightly affecting me, Barry. I'm still faster than you with or without my mark eye." Barry was skeptical, but Myles continued, "You know what? I think it's time I teach you something useful." Myles stopped running and turned to face Barry. "Watch this," he said before phasing through a car like a ghost. Barry's jaw dropped in disbelief. "How did you do that?" he asked, stunned. Myles chuckled. "It's called phasing. It's a useful skill for any speedster. Here, let me show you." Myles took Barry by the hand and guided him through the process of phasing through an obstacle. Myles explained the technique to Barry, demonstrating how to vibrate his molecules so that he could pass through solid objects. Barry tried it, and to his surprise, he was able to phase through a car like a ghost. He looked up at Myles in amazement, and Myles grinned at him. "See? I told you it was easy." But even with this new skill under his belt, Barry knew he was still at a disadvantage. Myles was simply too fast. And then he noticed something strange. The speed dampener wasn't affecting Myles as much as he thought it would. Myles laughed when Barry brought it up. "I told you, Flash. I'm faster than you, with or without my mark eye." Barry was confused. "Then why did you teach me how to phase? Why are you helping me?" Myles shrugged. "I don't know, man. Maybe I just like you. Or maybe I want to see what you're really capable of. Who knows?" Barry was still skeptical but grateful for Myles' help. As they said their goodbyes, Myles couldn't resist taunting Barry one last time. He pulled out Barry's own wallet and waved it in front of him. "Catch you later, Barry. Oh, and one more thing, you really need to be more careful with this, Barry." Barry rolled his eyes, reaching for his stolen wallet. "You're ridiculous, you know that." Myles just laughed, waving the wallet teasingly in front of Barry's face. "Relax, amigo. It's all in good fun." With that, he took off running again, leaving Barry standing there, shaking his head in amusement and frustration. Barry watched as Myles disappeared into the night, leaving him with more questions than answers. He couldn't help but wonder what Myles was planning and how he was able to be so fast. He shook his head, knowing that he had to keep trying to catch his friend and bring him to justice, no matter how difficult it may be. Myles Walley, also known as Tachyon, woke up early in the morning, feeling invigorated and full of energy. He got out of bed and started his day with a workout routine, consisting of lightning-fast sprints, flips, and punches. After showering and getting dressed, he checked his bank account, which was overflowing with cash from his latest heist. He smiled to himself, knowing that he was the city's most powerful villain, and nobody could stop him. As he was about to leave his apartment, he received a notification on his phone about a strange occurrence at a bank a few blocks away. According to the reports, people were suddenly attacking each other for no apparent reason. Myles felt a twinge of annoyance. He had spent a lot of time and effort establishing his control over the city, and he didn't appreciate anyone trying to interfere with his plans. He quickly donned his Speed Force armor, a sleek and deadly suit that enhanced his already godlike speed and agility to an even greater level. The armor was forged with the calcified Speed Force, making it capable of radiating energy that could stun or disorient his opponents. As he arrived at the bank, he found the people still fighting each other, oblivious to their surroundings. Myles shook his head in disbelief. He couldn't fathom why someone would do something like this. "Whoever is doing this is really pissing me off," Myles muttered to himself as he surveyed the chaos around him. He approached the nearest combatants and swiftly subdued them with a series of rapid punches, moving so fast that they didn't even have time to react. As he moved through the bank, he heard the people he subdued snap out of their trance-like state, looking around in confusion as to what had happened. "What the hell just happened?" one of them asked. "I don't know, but I feel like I just woke up from a dream," another replied. Myles wondered if there was a connection between this strange occurrence and his own plans for the city. He resolved to investigate further, and perhaps even put a stop to whoever was behind this. As he made his way out of the bank, he caught a glimpse of himself in a nearby mirror. He couldn't help but admire his Speed Force armor, which was sleek, menacing, and radiated a pulsing energy that seemed to be alive. "Looking good, Tachyon," he said to himself with a chuckle. As he stepped out onto the street, he saw a figure standing in front of him, blocking his path. It was Barry Allen, also known as the Flash, looking determined and ready to take him down. "What are you doing here, Flash?" Myles asked, feeling annoyed by the interruption. "I'm here to stop you, Tachyon," Barry replied, his voice firm and resolute. Myles rolled his eyes. He and Barry had a bizarre friendship, with Myles always stealing Barry's wallet whenever he could. But now, it seemed that Barry was determined to stop him from taking over the city. "Sorry, Flash, but you're too late. I just finished your job. See? They're fine," Myles said before hearing some complaint about a missing teeth and a black eye. "Mostly fine." Quickly raising his arm, unleashing a blast of energy from his Speed Force armor that sent Barry flying backward. He went easy on the hero as he wanted Barry to learn how to throw lightning and took this chance. Myles continued on his way, determined to find out who was behind the strange occurrence at the bank and to teach them a lesson. Barry sat in the chair in front of the team at Star Labs, still recovering from his encounter with Myles. He rubbed his shoulder, wincing in pain. "I'm telling you guys, he threw lightning at me," Barry exclaimed, emphasizing his point with wild gestures. Wells furrowed his brow, deep in thought. "That's interesting. It could be a result of his armor." Caitlin chimed in, concern etched on her face. "Barry, you need to take it easy. Your injury could worsen if you continue to use your powers." Cisco, always the optimist, had an idea. "Hey, maybe this means Barry can finally throw lightning too." Wells and Caitlin turned to Cisco, their expressions incredulous. "What are you talking about?" Wells asked, perplexed. Cisco shrugged, grinning. "Well, if Myles can do it, maybe Barry can too. Thunderbolt, anyone?" Barry looked between his teammates, his confusion apparent. "I don't understand. Why would I need to throw lightning?" The room erupted into laughter as Cisco tried to explain his idea to Barry. For a moment, the tension from earlier dissipated, and the team was able to relax and enjoy each other's company. However, the knowledge of Myles' powers and his possible involvement in the bank incident hung heavy in the air, a reminder that danger was always lurking just around the corner. Myles sat in his lair, watching the news report about the metahuman attacking the city. He recognized the man on the screen as Rainbow Raider, a villain from the comics. He couldn't resist the opportunity to intervene in the plot and have some fun. He quickly donned his Speed Force armor and headed out to confront the metahuman. When he arrived, he found Rainbow Raider using his powers to control the emotions of innocent bystanders, causing chaos in the streets. Myles approached him confidently, unaffected by Bivelow's powers. The confused villain couldn't understand why his powers weren't working on the speedster. "Nice powers you got there," he taunted. "But they won't work on me." Myles seized the opportunity to intimidate Bigelow and convince him to work for him. Rainbow Raider looked at Myles in confusion. "What are you talking about? How are you immune to my powers? You're the infamous Rainbow Raider, I presume?" Myles asked, a smirk on his face. Bigelow narrowed his eyes, unsure of what to make of the situation. "Who are you?" he asked, trying to use his powers on Myles with no effect. Myles chuckled. "I'm Tachyon, and recent kingpin over this city. You're not like others, are you?" Bigelow asked, sounding bewildered. He tried to use his powers again, but they had no effect on Myles. The villain began to panic, realizing he was no match for this new threat. Myles smirked. "I'm not like anyone you've ever met. Let's just say I've got a few tricks up my sleeve. Now, why don't you come work for me?" Bivolo was resistant at first. "I don't work for anyone. I'm my own boss." Myles stepped closer, his armor glowing with energy. "You will work for me, or you will face the consequences." Bivolo laughed. "You're just some guy in a costume. What can you do to me?" Myles smiled and vibrated his hand, splitting a nearby car in two with ease. "Plenty," he replied, placing his hand on Bivolo's chest. "Wanna know what a chainsaw can do on a human body?" Bivolo gulped, realizing he had no choice. "Fine, I'll do it. What do you want me to do?" Myles grinned wickedly. "Lay low for now. Wait for my signal. And when the time comes, be ready to do what needs to be done." As he walked away, Myles couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This was just the beginning. He was going to make his mark on the city and leave a trail of destruction in his wake. As the team waits for Barry and Oliver, Felicity and Diggle start talking about Barry and his speed. Felicity mentions how incredible it must be to move that fast, and Diggle remarks that his cousin was hit by lightning and all he got was a stutter. "So, you're telling me that this Flash guy runs faster than a speeding bullet and can throw lightning bolts?" Diggle asks incredulously. Felicity nods in affirmation. "Yep, that's our Barry. He's not just a forensic scientist, he's also a superhero." Just then, the Flash arrives in a blur of lightning, causing Diggle to jump back in surprise. Felicity exclaims, "That was fast." Diggle adds, "My cousin got hit by lightning and all he got was a stutter." Barry grins and says, "I gave Green Arrow a head start. You know, to be fair." Just then, Oliver Queen arrives on his motorcycle, revving the engine as he approaches. He dismounts and greets Barry and the rest of the team. Felicity says, "Oliver, you're late." Oliver responds, "I know, traffic was murder." Barry chimes in, "Actually, traffic was pretty clear for me." Oliver looks at Barry skeptically, "You're faster than a speeding bullet. I'm pretty sure traffic isn't an issue for you." Barry just grins, "True." Diggle looks between the two of them and says, "Okay, so we're all here. What's the plan?" "We're tracking a killer who uses lethal boomerangs," Oliver says, getting straight to the point. "We have no idea who he is, and that's why we need your help." Barry's eyes widen. "Lethal boomerangs?" he asks, surprised. "That's a new one." Oliver nods. "Yeah, it's been a challenge. We've been tracking him for weeks now, and we still have no idea who he is or what he wants." Barry looks thoughtful. "Well, I'll do whatever I can to help," he says. Oliver nods appreciatively. "Thanks, Barry. I knew I could count on you." They start to walk away from the abandoned area, and Diggle falls into step beside Barry. "So, what's it like being the fastest man alive?" he asks. Barry chuckles. "It has its perks," he says. "But it's not all fun and games, you know. There are a lot of responsibilities that come with it." Diggle nods. "Yeah, I can imagine. But it must be pretty amazing to be able to move that fast." Barry shrugs. "It has its moments," he says. "But it's not something I can do all the time. I have to be careful, or I could end up hurting someone or causing a lot of damage." Felicity joins them. "So, what's the plan?" she asks. Oliver looks at her. "We have a lead on where the boomerang killer might be heading," he says. "We're going to check it out and see if we can find anything." They continue to walk, and Barry looks around at the abandoned area. "This place gives me the creeps," he says. Oliver nods. "Yeah, it's not the safest place to be," he agrees. "But sometimes, you have to go where the trouble is to stop it." As they walk, they hear the sound of a boomerang whistling through the air. Oliver quickly pulls out his bow, and the rest of the team readies themselves for a fight. "Come on then," said the boomerang killer. "Let's see what you've got." Green Arrow didn't respond. He just took aim and fired an arrow at the boomerang killer. The boomerang killer dodged it easily and threw a boomerang in return. Green Arrow caught it with his bow and snapped it in half. "You're going to have to do better than that," he said. The boomerang killer grinned. "Oh, I will." He threw another boomerang, this one with a razor-sharp edge. Green Arrow dodged it just in time and fired another arrow. The boomerang killer caught it with one of his own boomerangs and threw it back. The two fighters continued to exchange blows, each one trying to gain the upper hand. The boomerang killer threw a boomerang that was designed to return to him after hitting its target. Green Arrow saw it coming and shot an arrow at it, causing it to miss its mark. "You're pretty good," said the boomerang killer. "But you're not good enough." He threw another boomerang, this one with a small explosive attached to it. Green Arrow dodged it but was thrown off balance by the explosion. The boomerang killer took advantage of this and threw another boomerang, this one with a weighted end. It hit Green Arrow in the chest, knocking him to the ground. The boomerang killer stood over Green Arrow, his boomerangs at the ready. "It's over," he said. But just as he was about to strike, the Flash appeared out of nowhere. He ran circles around the boomerang killer, disorienting him and causing him to drop his weapons. "What's going on?" said the boomerang killer. "I'm sorry," said the Flash. "I was busy looking at you guys." "That was cool, by the way." Green Arrow got up and dusted himself off. "Thanks for the help," he said. "No problem," said the Flash. "I'm always happy to lend a hand." Everyone stared in amazement as the Flash apprehended the villain in seconds. Everyone stared in amazement as the Flash apprehended the villain in seconds. The Flash was confused by this until Diggle made a comment about how he could have done it sooner. "Wait a minute," said Diggle. "You could have done that sooner." The Flash looked embarrassed. Yeah," he said. "Sorry about that." Green Arrow took the boomerang killer from him. "It's okay," he said. "We make a pretty good team." "Hey," said the boomerang killer. "What's so funny?" The Flash grinned. "Boomerangs? Really? What's next, a yo-yo?" The boomerang killer scowled at him. "You think you're so funny." "I don't think I'm funny," said the Flash. "I know I'm funny." Green Arrow rolled his eyes. "Can we just get this guy to jail already?" "Right," said the Flash. "Sorry about that." As Barry speeds through the city, he suddenly spots Myles walking down the street. Myles is talking on his phone, looking more than a little pleased with himself. "Roy, are you ready?" Myles asks, a grin spreading across his face. Barry's ears prick up at the mention of the name. "Roy? As in Roy G. Bigelow, the Rainbow Raider?" What was Myles up to now? "Meet me at the corner of 5th and Main Street. And bring your suit with you," Myles commands before hanging up. Myles jumps off the rail and dashes towards the location. He finds Bigelow already waiting for him. Barry decides to follow Myles discreetly, not wanting to alert him to his presence. He watches as Myles walks down the street and picks up Bigelow, who is waiting on the corner. "What's the plan?" Bigelow asks. Myles smirks. "We're going to rob a bank," but we're not going to make anyone angry. You're going to use your powers to make them so happy that they give us the money." Barry can't help but roll his eyes at the sheer audacity of the plan. He wonders how this is going to turn out, but knows that he needs to stop them before they can cause any damage. As Myles and Bigelow pull up to the bank, Bigelow uses his powers to make everyone inside ecstatic. Myles walks up to the counter and demands the money. The bank teller is happy to hand over the cash, and the robbers walk out with the money. Myles and Bigelow make their way to a nearby alley where they count the money. "This is perfect," Myles says with a grin. "That was a piece of cake." "We should do this more often," Bigelow says excitedly. Myles chuckles. "I have bigger plans, my friend. We'll talk about it later." Suddenly, they hear sirens approaching. They quickly hide the money and make their escape. As they run down the alley, they come face to face with the Flash. Myles is surprised to see him, but he quickly regains his composure. "Hey, Flash. Long time no see," Myles says with a smile. "What are you doing here, Myles?" The Flash asks suspiciously. "Just enjoying the view." "You know me, always up for some fun," Myles replies with a shrug. The Flash narrows his eyes. "I don't trust you, Myles. What are you up to?" Myles chuckles. "Relax, Flash. I'm just here to spread some joy." Myles watched as Barry stepped forward, his hands poised for combat. Tachyon's fists were clenched at his sides, ready for whatever the younger speedster could throw at him. Myles turns to Bigelow and smirks. "Looks like we're going to have some more fun." Myles stood in front of Bigelow, his eyes blazing with intensity. "Don't move an inch," he warned before stepping forward to face Barry. Myles smirks. "I hope you're ready for your hospital bills, Flash." Barry responds confidently, "I've been waiting for this moment, Tachyon." Without warning, Barry launched himself forward, striking out with a series of rapid punches. Tachyon dodged and weaved, countering with a few well-placed kicks. They traded blows, moving faster than any human eye could follow. The two speedsters began fighting in a blur of motion, their movements so fast that they were impossible to follow. Bigelow watched in awe as they traded blows, each one moving with incredible precision and grace. But as the battle wore on, Bigelow began to notice a difference between Tachyon and the Flash. Tachyon was a better fighter, more skilled and precise, while the Flash relied more on his speed and quick reflexes. Barry phased through a wall, trying to catch Myles off guard, but Myles anticipated the move and landed a devastating blow. Bigelow gasped as he watched Barry stumble back, his face twisted in pain. The Flash tries again, this time phasing into the floor before coming out behind, but Tachyon leans forward before turning and lands a devastating uppercut. Flash could only take the blow as his mind lost consciousness for a second. "Barry, I must say I'm a little disappointed," Myles said, smirking at the speedster. "I thought you would have put up a better fight." Barry looked at him, his eyes narrowing. The two speedsters took off again in a blur, their fists and feet flying as they traded blows in super speed. Bigelow, who was standing still as ordered, couldn't believe his eyes as he watched the two speedsters fighting. He had never seen anything like it before. The way they moved and dodged each other's attacks was like a lethal dance. He would mostly two lightning colliding, but there was a rare moment of Flash and Tachyon stopping as they exchanged blows before moving again to build up momentum. By now the bank was filled with a dome of two lightning. One is bright orange, the other black and white. He once saw Flash backed into a corner as his boss gave him the beating of the lifetime before throwing him across a table and catching him right before he could fall off and then dragging him across the counter. To add insult, Tachyon aided Flash in getting up before beating him up again. Barry phases through Myles' punch by sheer luck, catching him off guard. Flash took that moment to throw his hardest punch. Myles stumbles back, however, he quickly recovers and charges at Barry, throwing a flurry of punches. Barry dodges each punch with ease, but Myles lands a heavy blow to his side. Barry groans in pain, but he doesn't back down. He counterattacks with a series of punches, but Myles blocks each one effortlessly. Myles and Barry continue to trade blows, but it's clear that Myles is getting the better of him. Barry's injuries are catching up to him, and he's struggling to keep up with Myles' speed and skill. Myles notices that Barry is slowing down, and he takes advantage of the situation. Lightning dances around his arm before hurling it to the hero, sending him flying across the room. The younger speedster hit the wall hard and crumpled to the ground. Myles grabbed Barry by the arm and dragged him over to Bigelow. "Use your powers," he commanded. "Wake him up." Bigelow complied, and soon Barry was awake and furious. He shook off Myles' grip and ran off, leaving the villain and his lackey behind. Myles knew he had made a mistake. He should have remembered Barry had been building stress around this time. He should have told Bigelow to make Barry lazy. But it was too late now. He grabbed the money and Bigelow and made his way to their hideout, hoping to salvage something from this mess. Back in Star Labs, Team Flash was worried sick about Barry, who had gone missing after his encounter with Myles Walley and Rainbow Raider. They had been trying to call him for hours, but he wasn't answering. Dr. Wells, who was actually Eobard Thawne in disguise, was especially concerned. He had been secretly manipulating events to ensure that Barry would become the Flash, and now he feared that his plans were falling apart. Where could he be? Caitlin wondered aloud. "Do you think he's hurt?" "I don't know," Cisco said, frowning at his computer screen. "I've been trying to track his phone, but it's not showing up on any GPS." "What about the recording from the bank?" Dr. Wells asked, his voice tight with worry. "Did you find anything there?" "Yeah," Cisco said, pulling up the video on his computer. "I hacked into the security system and found footage of Barry fighting Myles and Rainbow Raider. He was holding his own at first, but then Myles started using some kind of advanced combat techniques that Barry couldn't keep up with. He was losing badly." Caitlin gasped in horror, while Dr. Wells clenched his jaw. "And what about Rainbow Raider?" he asked. Cisco fast-forwarded the footage to the part where Rainbow Raider used his powers. "Here," he said, pointing at the screen. They watched in horror as the colors of the bank began to swirl and blend together. Suddenly, Barry's eyes widened in shock, and he began to tremble violently. "Oh my God," Caitlin whispered. "He's been hit with Bigelow's powers." Abruptly Dr. Wells' expression became dark. "We have to find him," he said. "Now." The team sprang into action, rushing to put together a plan to locate Barry before it was too late. But as they worked, they couldn't shake the feeling of dread that hung over them. The thought of Barry being out there, alone and vulnerable, under the influence of Rainbow Raider's powers, was almost too much to bear. They knew that they had to act quickly, but the stakes were higher than ever before. The fate of Central City, and perhaps even the world, hung in the balance. Tachyon and Bigelow arrived at their safe house in silence, with Tachyon deep in thought. Bigelow knew better than to disturb him when he was like this and stayed quiet, waiting for his boss to speak. Tachyon paced back and forth, muttering to himself as he tried to come up with a solution to stop Barry's upcoming rampage. He knew that if he couldn't find a way to control him, Barry would destroy everything in his path. After a few moments, Tachyon turned to Bigelow and asked, "How long does your control last?" Bigelow was taken aback by the sudden question. It depends on the person." "Why do you ask?" Tachyon sighed heavily. Your powers tend to last longer on metahumans, and I need to know how much time we have before Barry breaks free from your control." Bivolo nodded in understanding, but before he could say anything, he asked, "Why are you so worried about Flash? Shouldn't you be happy that he's causing chaos?" Tachyon's expression turned dark, and he spoke with an icy tone. "Flash is the only person who can challenge me, and that's the funniest thing I have going for me right now. But an angry speedster is bad news, and I need to make sure he doesn't become too much to handle." Bivolo realized the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement. "What do you want me to do?" Tachyon paused for a moment, thinking, before he spoke. "Lay low for a few days. We need to let things cool down before we make any moves." Bivolo nodded again, knowing that it was the best course of action. He left the room to prepare for his time in hiding, leaving Tachyon alone with his thoughts once again. Tachyon continued to pace, trying to come up with a plan. He knew that he needed to find a way to stop Barry before it was too late. But as he thought, he couldn't shake the feeling that he might have made a mistake with Rainbow Raider's powers. He hoped that he hadn't pushed Barry too far, but deep down, he knew that it was already too late. As Barry continues his rampage, attacking criminals with excessive force, the civilians in Central City begin to fear for their safety. They see their hero acting like a wild animal, with no regard for collateral damage or the safety of innocent bystanders. The police are also alarmed by Barry's behavior. They try to stop him, but he moves too fast for them to catch him. They can only watch as he takes down one criminal after another, leaving them all traumatized and beaten. Some of the civilians try to reason with Barry, pleading with him to stop and calm down. But their efforts are in vain, as his anger seems to be consuming him more and more with each passing moment. Others are too afraid to even speak up, and they hide in their homes, praying that Barry's rampage will soon come to an end. The police department is in a state of chaos, as they struggle to deal with the situation. They are stretched thin, as they try to respond to the various calls for help coming in from all over the city. The media is also covering the story, and the whole world is watching as Central City's hero becomes its greatest threat. People all over the globe are glued to their screens, wondering what could have caused the once-loved hero to turn into a monster. As the night wears on, Barry's attacks become more frenzied and violent. The police are helpless to stop him, and the citizens of Central City are left to fend for themselves. It's a dark and terrifying night for the people of Central City, and they can only hope that their hero will soon return to his senses and bring an end to the chaos he has unleashed upon them. Oliver sat in his arrow cave, watching the news with a heavy heart. He knew that something was wrong with Barry, and the reports of him attacking criminals with excessive force only confirmed his suspicions. He couldn't just sit idly by and watch his friend spiral out of control. He picked up his phone and called his team. "We're going to Central City," he said as soon as they picked up. "Barry needs our help." There was a pause on the other end of the line as his team processed the information. Finally, Diggle spoke up. "Oliver, are you sure this is a good idea? We don't know what's going on with Barry, and we don't want to get caught up in the middle of something dangerous." Oliver understood their concerns, but he couldn't sit back and do nothing. "I'm sure," he said firmly. "Barry is my friend, and I won't abandon him when he needs me the most." Felicity chimed in, "I'm with you, Ollie. Let's go save our friend." "I'm in, too," said Roy. Oliver nodded. "Good. We leave in an hour. Pack for a few days, just in case." As Oliver prepared to leave, he couldn't shake the feeling of dread in his gut. He had a sinking feeling that things were going to get much worse before they got better. But he couldn't let that stop him from trying to help his friend. Barry needed him now more than ever, and Oliver wasn't going to let him down. The night was calm in Central City as Eddie and Iris went on their date. They discussed the recent events involving Flash's rampage and how the city was in chaos. Suddenly, Eddie was pulled out of the car and thrown onto the ground. He looked up to see Flash, his eyes glowing with rage. "What are you doing?" Eddie asked, trying to make sense of the situation. Flash didn't answer. Instead, he began accusing Eddie of betraying him and working with Myles. Eddie tried to defend himself but was quickly disarmed when Flash grabbed his gun. Just as Flash was about to attack Eddie, Oliver Queen arrived on the scene. He tried to calm Barry down, but it was clear that he was too far gone with anger. Oliver quickly realized that he had to engage Barry in a fight. At first, Oliver was using his skills and tricks to outsmart Barry, but the speedster was just toying with him. That was until Oliver landed a punch on Barry's face, triggering him into a frenzy. Barry began pummeling Oliver until Myles arrived and stopped him with a powerful kick. Barry's attention turned to Myles, his anger rising even further. Myles remained passive while wearing his Speed Force suit. The Markite wasn't needed for this, and he also didn't want to rely much on the armor unless he wants to rip off Savitar. The two began to race around Central City, fighting each other with all their might. As they raced, the city trembled beneath their feet, and people watched in awe and horror at the two godlike beings battling it out. Barry's eyes glowed with a white-hot fury as he unleashed his full speed and power, but Myles was equally matched. The fight was intense, with both speedsters moving so fast that they were barely visible to the naked eye. They collided with buildings, cars, and anything else in their way, causing massive destruction. As the fight continued, Oliver and the rest of the team arrived on the scene. They watched in shock as the two speedsters continued their battle. Oliver knew that he had to stop them, but he also knew that he couldn't do it alone. He called for backup, and soon the entire team was working together to stop the two speedsters. They used everything at their disposal, but nothing seemed to be able to stop the two godlike beings. Finally, Barry and Myles both stopped in their tracks, breathing heavily from exhaustion. Their eyes met, and for a moment, there was a glimmer of recognition. Then, without a word, they both disappeared in a flash. Oliver and the rest of the team stared at the destruction in disbelief. They knew that they had to find a way to stop them before it was too late. But how do you stop two people with the power of a god? Myles and Barry were racing around Central City, their movements too fast for the human eye to follow. Myles had been holding back, trying not to harm Barry too much, but he was slowly losing his patience. He was surprised by Barry's skills, which were more advanced than he had expected from a relatively new speedster. Barry was using techniques that only an experienced speedster would know, relying solely on his instincts. As they continued their fight, Myles realized that he needed to end it quickly before he lost control and hurt Barry too much. He landed a few solid blows, and Barry stumbled back, disoriented. Myles took advantage of the opening and grabbed him, holding him in a choke hold. Barry struggled, but he couldn't break free. Just as Myles was about to finish the fight, Wells and Joe arrived with the equipment they needed to undo Bigelow's influence on Barry. Myles hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to do, before finally deciding to let Barry go. He walked away, leaving Barry and the others behind. Oliver tried to stop Myles, but he was too quick, and he managed to steal Oliver's quiver before disappearing into the night. Barry was furious, but he also knew that deep down, Myles had a good heart. He hated him for the things he had done, but he couldn't deny that they were both speedsters and shared a certain bond. As they watched Myles disappear into the distance, Barry admitted to the others that he didn't know what to think about him. Today was not their day, but he knew that someday, they might meet again under different circumstances. For now, Barry wasn't going to forget this.
And that concludes this episode. If you enjoyed it, I'd seriously love it if you guys could leave a like on the video, as it genuinely helps out so much, and it keeps me going. Plus, it takes only 1 second. That said, have a wonderful day. See you in the next one.